So that ends a very, very eventful over. I think we saw everything you possibly could in a game of cricket take place in that over. 25 for 1. A wicket fell in that previous over. There were 3 wides. There was a boundary. There was a leg bye. Well, now, as we look at a replay of the Dawid Malan dismissal, it's clearly not made any contact with the bat. Tell me why, Ian Bell, would you not refer that?
Well, I don't know. I played with a lot of players that would have reviewed many balls when they got bowled, to be honest with you. And it seems to be the way batters are. But I'm surprised, if I'm honest with you. Again, as a batter, you generally get that feel whether it's hit the outside of the edge of the bat, and it looks clearly that it's missed and hit just the back pad. Because
I asked you a couple of days ago, do you know when you've hit it? And you said, yeah, you pretty much do. Surely you know when you've not hit it.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
It's a rather bizarre sequence of events. 2 slips in place. In comes Shaheen Afridi. Full ball, driven beautifully by Zach Crawley. That's going straight down the ground. There's 2 fielders in pursuit. Bit of relay action, and Babar Azam will get the ball back. He's back on the field now. And another couple of runs. Crawley's off the mark. He's got 2 runs from 2 deliveries. 26 for 1 England.
Yeah, nice start from Crawley. That you see at him his best. He hits down the ground actually really nicely. It's one of his nice shots, and I think when he's moving well, you see that full face of the bat, and he actually plays a straight drive as well as anyone in this England side at the moment.
He's a class player. Pakistan will have bad memories of Zach Crawley. That double 100 at Southampton last year. In comes Shaheen Afridi. Full ball driven beautifully by Crawley, but he just picked out the fielder at mid-off. And hence there are no runs for it. But looking in good touch already.
Looks a great surface, doesn't it? It looks like it's just got better as the day's gone on, and as the lights take effect, it will speed up a little bit and skid on. But it just keeps searching for that swing, and it's just not there. Actually, a little bit lucky that hasn't gone through the gap for 4, because it was a crisp cover drive.
There's about 3 inches between the bat of Malan and the ball there as it passed his bat. Extraordinary sequence. In comes Shaheen. The ball's just been pushed into the covers that time by Crawley, and there is no run. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, Malan's bat did brush his pad and made a nick before the ball reached it. They always say with umpiring you shouldn't give out just on the noise, and you shouldn't walk just on the noise either, by the looks of it.
I mean, he's one of the highest rated batters in the world. Surely if anybody's earned a review, it's him. But he must have been convinced that he'd got something on it. That's all I can think. Now then, Shaheen Afridi. It's a good length ball. It's been driven, but only as far as mid-off again by Crawley. Can't quite find the gap.
Yeah, it's nearly a double whammy that, when you've walked off and then you sit down, you watch the replays on the TV screen in the dressing room, knowing you haven't nicked it, and you've nearly given your wicket away, haven't you? So it's not a particularly pleasant feeling, that.
Well, don't really know what to say. It was just quite remarkable. Well, the good news for England is still got a long, exciting batting lineup, and has thus far been untested, really. In comes Shaheen Afridi, back of a leg this time, driven beautifully by Crawley. That is a gorgeous straight drive, as good a shot as we've seen today. Straight down the ground, all the way along this lush surface, and 4 more to the England score. 30 for 1 after 2.5.
Yeah, that we've seen that from Crawley, certainly in that double 100 he played against Pakistan in Test match cricket. Full face, good footwork, full control, timed it much better than the ball he got off the mark, which was a very similar shot, but this one was right at the top draw. Great timing.
There's always that one player that teams fear. And it's possible that Zach Crawley could evolve into that for Pakistan. In comes Shaheen, back of a length this time, and just squirted down to a wideish third region. The fielder's a little bit slow onto it. The batters managed to get back for 2. Excellent running between the wickets by Saud and Crawley. And after 3 overs, England are 32 for 1. And that's about as good a start as they could have hoped for. I mean, obviously, they could have done without Malan walking. But other than that, 32 from 3 overs?
Yeah, great start. I mean, that was poor fielding there at third man to allow them to scamper in and out for a 2. It just shows England's mindset here is to get out the power play. Let's have a really positive power play. And if we have to get a few more so that we've got less to do in the middle against the spin, that's the target. So from a Pakistan point of view, again, that would really frustrate the captain, and the fact they've ran a 2 to third man and it's gone pretty much straight to him. So you want, as an 11, you've got to be hunting those wickets and saving every run now and trying to create that pressure through the middle overs for England against the spin.
Yes, well, Pakistan will also be tested here. As in comes Hasan Ali, back of a length, just pushed by Phil Salt to backward point for no run. Bowled very well at Lords, did Pakistan. At one point reduced England to 160 for 6. And then we saw that terrific partnership between Lewis Gregory and Brydon Carse. Just managed to get England over that 200 mark and all the way to 247, which proved beyond Pakistan at Lords. As Hasan Ali in once again. Was a little bit wider, big swing from Salt. He's looking for that hit through the covers. Didn't quite get there this time. A theatrical appeal from Rizwan. I don't think he was particularly serious, but
again, a fast hands again. He's really gone for it. I mean, again, I think it just feels like Hasan Ali's just dragged his length back just a yard. It's not because I think someone like Phil, if you miss your length full, he literally will throw the kitchen sink. But just dragging his length back, you want to be, like I said, heavy length, nice and straight, giving him no width at all.
In comes Hasan Ali now. Bowls, and that's driven into the onside. Not quite timed by Salt. Hence there's a shot, the non-striker's in. That was very unnecessary. It's ricocheted off the stumps, and it's going to go for 4 overthrows. Well, both batters were firmly in their crease. There was absolutely no need for that shy. And well, Saud Shakeel has just cost his team 4 overthrows.
Yeah, I mean, there was no real chance of a run out. You sort of feel the impression that it was more about throwing the ball into the surface. They're obviously going to want to get this ball soft. We did see a little bit of reverse swing from England. It looked more tactical, and they've hit the stumps, where, again, he probably was looking to miss the stumps.
Yeah, you just want to disappear into a hole when that happens sometimes. Poor Saud Shakeel. In comes Hasan Ali now to Phil Salt. He bowls. Salt just drives that back to Hasan Ali. He gets enough on it to prevent the run. Another dot ball.
Certainly don't want to get the bowler's eye when you've done that as a fielder.
Well, he's just had something very brave, Saud Shakeel. He just ran over to Hasan Ali and gave him a little pat on the back. I think I'd just try and avoid his general direction if it was me. Hasan didn't make too much eye contact. Ferocious competitor. And then Hasan Ali, and he comes again. Short. This one's taken a top edge. And one bounce into the third man boundary. Phil Salt is not going to hang about. Anything slightly short, slightly wide, he's going to throw his hands through it. England 40 for 1.
Yeah, the length was good, but there was too much width on offer there. And again, Phil Salt's hands going through so fast, as the modern day player does, and that's gone nearly for 6 actually down to the third man. Actually, when he's swinging so hard, you probably want to bring your third man a little bit finer, because the ball, it's actually a catching position when someone like Phil Salt is swinging so hard.
Yeah, it went really fine as well, and nearly carried for 6. Just one bounce into the fence. In comes Hasan Ali now to Salt. This is a bit fuller and wider, and Salt manages to just squeeze this out to the third man. There's a misfield. That's poor from Faheem Ashraf, who ends up just juggling the ball in the air, and the bat is going to make it back for 2 relatively comfortably. Salt on to 30 now. England after 4 overs, 42 for 1. Pakistan, you sense, are just a little bit unsettled right now.
Yeah, it looks a nervy start from Pakistan, a very aggressive start from Phil Salt and England, and they're pushing him in the field. You look at their intent between the wickets, as we said, with Pakistan. When Rizwan turned up, all of a sudden the momentum, the energy went through the roof, and it looks like England have actually started that way. I think Pakistan let that. They sort of took 15, 16 overs to get going. They set a platform, but now England have come out with a real intent, and they're trying to get ahead of the game here. So again, through the middle overs, it doesn't put as much pressure on that middle order having to rotate the spinners.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, this, for Pakistan, a big test of their temperament. As we say, they bowled well at Lords. This is a very, very good surface, perhaps the best of the 3 in this series. In comes Shaheen now, short outside the off stump. It's been carved down to third man for a single. Well, Crawley kind of doing exactly what you want him to do at this stage. Give the strike to Phil Salt. Phil Salt is playing box office cricket right now. I bet he has the attention of every T20 franchise in the world.
And this is where you wonder tactically, could you just do something a bit different? Could you change the tempo of the game? Could you get a bit of leg spin in there? Left arm spin, that's what got Phil Salt out, and actually looked a little bit harder for the English batsman at Lords. So I wonder whether that is going through their mind. If it's T20, you know that would happen. A spinner might come on in that power play.
I'll be intrigued to see if Babar goes that way. Is it is it the fear of sort of conceding something by doing something unconventional?
I don't know what you... Surely wickets, getting wickets, looking to be aggressive, being positive. You know, it's not swinging now, so maybe actually coming back later if the ball starts to tail a bit later might be a better option, using your seamers when that ball does start to reverse.
Let's see how Babar Azam takes on this challenge. As in comes Shaheen Afridi to Salt, back of the length. Salt drives, can't be extra cover. And there is no run. 43 for 1 after 4.2 overs. England have made a blistering start here in the first 5 overs of this innings, particularly off the back of Phil Salt. He's enjoying his time in international cricket. We're not quite sure if he's going to make it when we're going to see him in an England shirt again, presumably not in the T20 series, but
certainly not doing himself any harm right now.
Well, I think a lot of people will be tracking his next few matches. In comes Shaheen Afridi. Low full toss this time, driven by Salt. Half stopped by Shaheen and has followed through. Collected by mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, is there an outside chance, Ian, that he plays some T20 cricket against Pakistan?
Well, who knows at the moment, certainly with COVID and what's going on and what we've seen so far with England. I mean, again, you've just got to be, as an England cricketer, just be ready, haven't you? And I think that's what has been so impressive about this group. You know, they're all playing county cricket, never expected this phone call, but they all look ready. You know, they're game ready, and actually ability-wise, they look ready.
Shaheen in once again. Short ball this time. Attempted pull shot. He's missed that as Phil Salt's just gone over the top of his edge through to the keeper. And a few angry words exchanged there between Phil Salt and Shaheen Afridi. I don't think the young fast bowler is enjoying being put under the cosh, but Phil Salt there just smiling in response.
Yeah, good change-up actually. Good short ball. Again, it's been a little bit predictable, going full and straight and looking for swing. Knowing Phil as well,
he just waves him off.
Yeah, he's a good man, but he likes a little battle, but there's a good smile there going on.
They would have played each other as well in the PSL this season. Of course, Phil Salt was out there playing as well, as was, of course, Shaheen Afridi. In he comes now. He bowls another short ball. This time Salt gets a hold of it. It's gone to the fine leg boundary for 4. He didn't quite get the best possible contact, but he got enough to get it fine. And all he had to do was beat the man inside the circle. Phil Salt is winning this battle against Shaheen Afridi. 47 for 1, England.
10 balls, Shaheen's bowled to Salt, 5 fours, 5 dots.
Well, yeah. I don't know what was said in the middle, but if I was Shaheen right now, I probably wouldn't give it the big ones. Do you find that amusing sometimes, Ian Bell, when you're carting a bowler all over the place and they've got words to say to you?
Certainly do.
Now then, what can he do with this one? In comes Shaheen Afridi. He bowls a back of the lens delivery. Salt pulls into the leg side. There is a fielder in the deep. Will prevent the boundary. And that is 2 more to the score. Tremendous entertainment from Phil Salt and England. What a start to this innings. After 5 overs, England are 49 for 1. A few thoughts from you, Ian Bell, on this blistering start, and you're going to be joined by Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, brilliant start from Phil Salt and England. Real aggression here in the power play. Just looks like Shaheen again. We know he's a world-class bowler, but nearly seen a bit of red mist here, and he's just trying to bowl faster and faster and faster. And then when you play here at Edgbaston, actually, there's nothing for short-pitch bowling. It's holding the length, top of the stumps, trying to swing the ball, use the cutters, changes of pace, but as soon as you try and bowl too fast and too short, we've seen it today with Babar Ali, there is nothing for short in this pitch.
What a mad start. Absolutely breathless. Dawid Malan getting caught behind, but he didn't nick it. Here's Hasan Ali from the city end. Bowls, and this has been edged down to third man by Zach Crawley. I tell you what, not that they needed waking up, but the Hollies have had plenty to shout about. England's 50 is up. Crawley moves on to 10 from 9, but secretly I think that the Hollies were hoping that Phil Salt would get back on strike. He's 36 not out from 20 deliveries. He hit 4 boundaries.
It was a popular single, that.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. Did you ever have that? Did you ever get that feeling?
Lots of times. Get off strike, Bell.
One slip in place. Hasan Ali approaches. Wide of the creasy balls and driving on the up is Phil Salt. Oh, it's a horrible misfield. An extra cover. Shadab Khan it is. And there could be a mix-up at the non-strikers, and the throw comes in from deep extra cover and it clashes into Phil Salt as he wanted the second run. Crawley not interested. In the end, all is safe from an England perspective, but it moves England 51 for 1, Assault to 37.
It's just been a chaotic 5 overs.
It really has.
Pakistan have been a little bit sloppy. Again, they've got a good score. The batters have done the job. It just looks a little bit nervy.
Hasan Ali again, bowls and driving is Zach Crawley. Only finds its way to extra cover, and there is no run. Sorry, cover point. So go on then. Who when you were batting? Where can you give us an example?
To be honest, it would majority of the time be someone like Headingley. If there was a Yorkshireman at the other end, they don't want to see another guy. If you're not born in Yorkshire, they don't want to see you bat.
You're meanwhile on 84 not out. They don't want to. It's Hasan towards as he comes, and this is back of a length, and Crawley plays it correctly with a straight bat. Squirts off it out to cover point, and again there is no run. How does that feel?
Yeah, great. Really nice.
I can imagine that. There's a little bit, genuinely, it is a bit like when you bowl first change after Alan Donald. It's not a great feeling.
Especially if people are swinging hard at you because they haven't had one pitched in their half, have they?
Correct. They're going hard at you, taking the opportunity if they've survived the onslaught. Crawley drives to a full delivery from Hasan Ali, and once more it goes to cover point. The applause and the cheer you hear is for Mohammad Rizwan, who acrobatically took the return throw, ended up on the surface, and then did a couple of press-ups.
He's a character.
He is, isn't he? John from Newcastle has emailed tms@bbc.co.uk. Would you describe batsman Phil Salt as a seasoned professional? Oh, John. Hasan Ali bowls, and this has been chipped by Zach Crawley just over the head of mid-on. It's plugged in the surface somewhat. Harris Rauf it is chasing after it, but it'll pick him 2 runs up. Wasn't cleanly timed, but enough elevation to beat the infield. And Crawley moves to 12 not out, and England 53 for 1 at the end of the 6th over. I wonder if there'll be an element of calming, but you get the feeling that Phil Salt will continue, as this is his role that he has been put in the side for.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal, isn't it? You're picked for what you do. I know it's been a very strange situation, but what he does for Sussex is exactly this. His job, whether it's T20 or 50, is get the team off to a flyer. And I'm sure over time, as a sort of young player, is to then turn those fast starts into match-winning big scores, and learning how to rotate the strike off the spin through the middle overs, as well as having the boundary options, is how you're going to become a better player. And actually force your way into the England side, because again we know that this England white ball side is so hard to get into, so 50s and 60s aren't going to break you in, so you need to make those big hundreds, as we saw from Babar Azam today, consistently, because I said we're very lucky at the moment. We're blessed with so many great white ball players. Yeah, very much so. Well, as a change in bowling, Shaheen Afridi has been removed from the attack. His 3 overs costing 31 runs, and he was looking to get a little bit hot under the collar, and I think Captain Babar Azam has done the right thing, and just removing him from the attack, and Harris Rauf will pick it up from the pavilion end. The sun blazing down here in the second city. The floodlight shadow is starting to creep across the outfield. Holly's in fine voice. Everybody has sunshine in them. Maybe a couple of people in the main stand here, the members are in the shade, but it's a lovely afternoon. Here's Harris Rauf. His first delivery as he shuffles in, gets walloped across his court. Phil Salt goes. He just tried to work the ball off his pads straight into the grateful hands of Fakhar Zaman at mid-wicket. And Salt's onslaught is cut short by the introduction of Harris Rauf. England 53 for 2. And Salt goes for 37. Yeah, a brilliant change-up. A shame, because obviously we really enjoyed Phil Salt going there, but that's the way he plays. He's going to give you a chance. But he's been fantastic to watch there. He's got England off to an absolute flyer, which I think is going to be important. Again, through these middle overs will be England's toughest time. So again, using the ball when it's hard. It's not done a lot. And it was a really interesting battle. Watching him and Shaheen there was a great battle. A bowler that had a bit of red mist there, and he won that battle, and a great tactical change. Get him out of the attack and get a sort of change of action, change of tempo, and it's got the wicket. Yeah, if captains could have one in the wickets column, I think that's one for Babar Azam.
Haris Rauf straight into the attack. See how much with the celebration it meant to him to remove Phil Salt. Well, now he goes, and in comes James Vince, who played well at Lord's. 56 or 52 deliveries he made in that second one-day international. Wasn't required to bat in the first one-dayer. But what we do have at the crease is two very elegant stroke makers in Vince and Crawley. Crawley is their 12 not out of 13 deliveries. Ian Bell has left us to be replaced by Azam Mahmood. Afternoon, Azza.
Good afternoon. Thanks.
It's breathless, isn't it? It's a bit manic.
Yeah, excellent start, you never know which way it's going, we saw some great shots, and we just got the wicket. Pakistan just got the wicket, so yeah.
It's like that 15th round in Rocky, isn't it, where they're just slugging at each other. And this is the same with Sultan, the Pakistan bowlers. Well, Vince is on strike. He waits for Haris Rauf, who comes in bowls, and Vince off the mark immediately with an elegant glance down towards third man. For an open face, and he moves to 1, and England 54 for 2.
Two different starts, if you see the Pakistan batting lineup, they come and survive the new ball, and England is totally different. The mindset is positive, and, you want your player to go and express themselves. And that's the way England wants to play their cricket. So I think Pakistan needs to learn from that. Sometimes you learn from your opposition and see what type of cricket you want to play.
Rauf into Crawley, who works it off the pad to Fakhar Zaman at mid-wicket. It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, there's many ways to skin a cat. What we saw oddly in the last World Cup in this country, because we were expecting this right from 2015, when England were dumped out of the World Cup in Australia very early. They wanted to take on what seemed to be the New Zealand style of play under Brendan McCullum, attacking from the start and freedom for batsmen as Rauf bowls, defended by Crawley, thinks about a single and turns it down. And so England, completely under Owen Morgan, changed their style to that, adapting to the players that they had within their ranks, the big strikers in Butler and Stokes and the players that they have at their disposal, Roy and Bairstow.
See, it's all about your approach. How you're going to take the game, how you're going to play the game.
One slip and a gully as Rauf bowls. Glorious straight drive from Zach Crawley. Haris Rauf got a hand to it in this follow through, but it was struck so beautifully that it didn't take any of the pace out of the ball, and Crawley moves to 16 and England 58 for 2. But just going back to the World Cup, actually it was quite a low-scoring World Cup, and those attributes that England had actually didn't work for them in the instance. They had to go back to a traditional type of way.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a series before the World Cup, and it was a high-scoring series. Like par score was 340, 350 in that series, and people were thinking, World Cup will be.
And it's worked away through square leg. Should be 4 more for Zach Crawley, and is. Nothing more than just a touch, and he leant on it. 4 runs to he and England, 62 for 2 at the end of the 7th over.
Two beautiful timed shots. Great timing from front drive and then slightly over pitch on the leg side. Just clip of the wrist and went for 4. Yes, coming back to that point, people were thinking, World Cup is 300, it's a knockout game, World Cup pressure, and suddenly, 270, 260 was the winning score. And, going back to Morgan in 2015, if you see, they decided to play aggressive cricket. Then if you want to play aggressive cricket, you have to have a consistent team, and then you have to have a personnel to do that job. And England find those things. But Pakistan always said, they want to play positive cricket, but they never find the personnel to do that. Look at that Fakhar Zaman. He's an aggressive player. And we've seen him, buck down in this 2 innings, like he was fluent in South Africa series. He got 200, got 190. This is a guy who got double 100 as well in 50-over cricket. But, you have sometime, impact player needs to. I think the keeper's changed.
Yes, I was just keeping an eye on. I was glued to what you were listening to, or what I was listening to, and then I saw Mohammad Rizwan go off. Yeah. Then Sarfaraz come on to replace him behind the stumps. And now he's gone back off. He must have travelled 130 yards or so from his position, but he was fully kitted up. He had his pads and his gloves on.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what was wrong with
think maybe
Rizwan.
Rizwan went for a loop, or maybe he went for a prey. So I'm not sure. He's done it in the last game as well. So because he's a very pious man, and he wants to go and do his prey in between. So now, as a wicketkeeper, they can allow extra wicketkeeper to come and keep for themselves. So that's one way of doing things.
Well, there you go. It's nice to see Sarfaraz just for a moment. Here's Hassan Ali to continue as James Vince defends back up the pitch.
Going back to that point, this is very fascinating for me, like when we talk about playing positive cricket, because I was part of Pakistan coaching, but we need to back up players. When you're talking about impact players, like we used to have Maqsood here, and Asif Ali and Khushtil, they are impact players. You can't expect 10 out of 8 games they can win you, but they can win you 2 to 3 games. So impact player.
Hassan bowls and Vince drives on the up, and it just squeezed past the fielder, diving Fakhar Zaman at extra cover, and he'll pick up a couple of runs, 64 for 2.
Impact players are like that, you need to give them a runs. Like now, Haris Rauf, he's played, I think this is his 9th game, and people are saying, he's not good enough. The guy bowled 150. Give him a credit. He got 11 wicket now, so give him a credit. He will learn by the time, like we don't have these guys don't have enough first-class experience to become. They are natural talented players.
Is that one of the issues? The pressure that they will feel from the outside, rather than Owen Morgan, who's backed his players to play in a certain way, as Hassan Ali bowls down the leg side, it's signalled wide, 65 for 2. So, and he will quite happily in interviews say, oh, well, Josh Butler has scored 3 low scores and he's got out in slapdash ways or just trying to attack the ball, and he'll go, that's what I want him to do. And so he's got that freedom. It seems slightly different.
Yes, that's what my question was. Like Morgan got backing from cricket board as well, ECB, and that's the way they want to play their cricket. And same thing, Pakistan need to do that.
Hassan Ali and defending is James Vince out to backward points, 65 for 2.
It's a strange, like a lot of people saying on the media today, after Babar got 100, why he's celebrating, we lost the series, why he's celebrating his 100. So that sort of mindset people have, and you can't win. You need to, these are the guys, like they are 25, 27 years old, so this is the team can go for a long way. So you need to back them. You need to give them every single opportunity to go and perform in front of 20,000 people or 40,000 people.
Hassan Ali charging in, shirt untucked, has been driven, not quite timed by James Vince, but he's threaded it through between cover points and extra cover. 2 fielders in hot pursuit, and it's Fakhar Zaman who does the tidying up, but not before a well-run 3 from England. 68 for 2. Vince moves on to 6 from 5 deliveries. Crawley 20 from 17. Yeah, it's a shame. It is a shame because when we see Fakhar Zaman in full flow, he's devastating. But if he feels like he's going to be castigated for every single rash shot that he plays, you're going to play some rash shots when you're in that role. Hassan again as the infield closes, driving as Crawley, and it goes to extra cover, no run.
Yeah, see, same goes to this young side, they're young side coming into the international arena, and they're playing the same method which Ian Morgan wants them to play.
Yeah.
And okay, you're playing for Sussex, Phil Salt, you're playing for Sussex, go and play yourself, play your game, take the game away from opposition. I will do the same when I play international cricket. But it's other way around when you're playing for Pakistan. Like a lot of people say, oh, this guy is performing well in PSL. Why he can't do that? Because his dressing room not allowing to do them, and people not allowing him to go and express themselves. You can't. If there's a mentality, if you can't express in front of your senior, how are you going to go and express yourself in front of 20,000 people?
Yeah, absolutely right. In the sunshine, in comes Hassan Ali. Short delivery, pulled away by Crawley. Dismissively. He was a tall man, and he really just angled the bat, so it was a sort of stunted pull shot. He went for the full-blown one, but just checked it, but timed it well enough to go to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. End of the 8th over, 72 for 2. Crawley is 24 and Vince is 6, but I'm sure during your time as a Pakistan international. You won't have had it at Surrey. It's a completely different scenario. But surely there was times where you went through maybe a bad run of form and playing the cricket that you play. Fine cricketer, but you were feeling the pressure from outside.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot of pressure from outside. And, you know, like our media, unfortunately, I'm sorry to say, guys, if you feel this, please take it. Because the media had so much pressure, you know. The cricket board has so much pressure from the media. And media dictates, you know, like if we do the politics or cricket, whatever, you know, the media. So a lot of people sit there.
Rauf to continue as a neatly taken single to square leg by James Vince, just tucking it off his hip, moves England to 73 for 2.
And they say, okay, this player is not good enough, you know, let him go. And then they keep changing, you know, like this management has changed. When we left Pakistan team, we were number one side in the world for T20 for 2 years, and suddenly they changed the whole team. So you can't win that, you know,
Harris Rauf, past umpire Illingworth, bowls flicked away by Crawley. That's a lovely, sweet piece of timing through mid-wicket on his hands and knees to his left-hand side, Fakhar Zaman fields, but not before England collect a second run, 75 for 2. It's good to hear you talking like this and to hear it's sort of almost an impassioned plea towards Pakistan cricket to sort of, in a sense, leave them alone, let them
go and play, because these guys got so much pressure, you know, like these days, you know, COVID, they can't go out from their room, then, you know, having pressure from the media.
Rauf bowls, driving on the up is Crawley. It finds its way to Imam at cover point.
In between, we saw some great shots, you know, like Crawley been really playing well, picking the ball length really well and hitting through the line.
It's a good pitch. It is a good pitch, and you've got to be disciplined as a fast bowler and also understanding that you are going to get hit for a boundary or two. That's going to happen. Rauf, away from us. Shuffly type of run. Skiddy delivery. Defended by Crawley off the back foot. 75 for 2. Holly's starting. Well, commentary continues online and on 5 Live at Sports Extra, but Radio 4 long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners still with us. Beach balls getting tossed around and batted around in the Hollies stand. A bright orange one going towards the back of the Hollies as Rauf bowls, carved away. This is a good shot from Crawley. Square cut down towards the third man boundary, and it has enough pace. And the placement is good enough for it to go clattering into the boundary sponges. And England 79 for 2. And really, the pace hasn't slowed down any here, Azza.
They need to change the pace off. And it was too short, too wide. And he was bowling like this in the last game as well. So you just need, if nothing is happening, you know, ball is not swinging or seaming, you just need to bowl cross the seam and attack the stumps. Bowl straight, attack the stumps.
If you then get hit for 4, good shot.
Yeah.
You can send a field to it at least. Mid-off and mid-on are up inside the circle. There's just third man and a deep square as Crawley again times it so well. Out to mid-on, and it's the end of the 9th over. So, England 79 for 2, 9 overs gone. Crawley is 30 not out from 24. Vince 7 from 6. Some more from you, Azam Mahmood. I've really enjoyed our little 20-minute chat there. And then Alison Mitchell will take over from me.
Yeah, I don't mind the last ball when Harris Rauf bowled, you know, Fuller attacking the stumps. If he misses, you hit. And that's what you need. Let's see, Shaheen Afridi coming to bowl.
Hasan Ali's opening spell. Bizarre one that began with 3 wides, then a wicket off the second legitimate delivery. And Malan walked, having not hit it. His first spell has just ended 1 for 31 from 4 overs.
He got a key wicket, didn't he, Azza? Managed to remove.
If you're a walker, you walk.
Well, in goes Shine Shah, Afridi then, and Vince is slashing away. Hasn't made a clean connection. Finds cover. He rehearses the stroke. It's needed it to be a fraction more in front of square and hit cleanly, and might have been able to find that cover boundary. 79 for 2 then. This is the last over of the power play. Vince 7 off 7. Crawley 13 off 24.
One thing, like pitch is really good, but Shaheen Shah Afridi normally with the new ball, pitch the ball up. When you see the ball is not swinging, you just need to drag your length back a little bit, and hit your length hard.
So he does here. He's bowling left arm over. He goes to Vince. It's a little bit fuller. Vince forward and doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. Fielded by mid-on and no run. What's Shaheen Shah Afridi's figures so far? Because he took a lot of heat, didn't he?
31.
Yes, 31 from
31.
3 overs and 2 balls now. It's 16 from the first over.
Yeah.
He can swing the ball, he got so much success, if you see his stats, almost 2 wicket per match, which is really, really good. And he always looked to take wicket, but he needs to understand he's a senior bowler now. He's leading the attack.
One slip in place for Vince, bit of width and a miss from him. He's down on one knee. He went hard at it through to the keeper. Shaheen Shah Afridi has hands on his head, knowing that wasn't far away from the edge of the bat.
Yeah. So he needs to understand, when ball is not swinging on those pitch, that day, you need to drag your length a little bit and bowl straight wicket to wicket. So because he got so much success, and every time he runs in there, he looks to take wicket, that's why he's so successful.
He's only 21 years old, isn't he? I mean, already a senior bowler, because he's 19, making an impact. Over the wicket again, a little nudge off the hip from Vince, goes through for the single. 80 on the board for England now.
And one thing I haven't seen from Pakistani bowlers, they are so good at assessing the pitch, assessing the length, how we're going to bowl on that particular wicket. And then batsmen, like if you see all the England batsmen, they got a really strong grip and they are looking to hit the ball. So you need to take the pace off at that time. And I haven't seen that from Pakistani bowlers.
Not so much in the way of variation yet. There's a few England supporters looking a little tense and apprehensive. It's a long way to go in this run chase if England are going to get there. And goes Afridi, knocked into the onside by Crawley. No run, finds mid-wicket. The target, 332, built on a quite magnificent, thrilling 158 from Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain, off 139 balls and 14 boundaries in that innings. 4 times he cleared the boundary as well, to the delight of the Pakistan fans that are in the ground. It was really scintillating to watch once he worked his way into it, because it was a slow start that Pakistan had with the bat.
It was amazing to watch.
Afridi racing in now, pulled in the air, it's controlled, it's going to be 4, just dropping inside the rope. Really well struck by Zach Crawley. Controlled all the way, knew there was a vacant region, there was no danger. And it's taken England on to 84 for 2 to the end of the power play.
What a power play for England, 84 for 2 after 10 overs. And if you want to play aggressive cricket, that's the way you want to play. Doesn't matter, you lost 2 wickets. But look at the run rate, and first 8.4 in 10 overs. Hardly seen any plan for Pakistan, bowling 2 sides of the wicket, getting hit by both sides of the pitch. So they need to bowl straight. They need to calm down and say, okay, guys, now this is a different pitch. Ball is not doing it. So what we need to do now, we need to take a pace off or bowl stump to stump, cross seam maybe, try to do something different.
84 in the power play is the 12th highest that England have had 11th highest England have had in a power play in the last 20 years, covered by ball data, and the joint 7th most Pakistan have conceded in a bowling power play. 13 fours struck in that, plus the 4 overthrows off the stumps from the needless throw from Saud Shakeel. So it's been another powerful start from England, very much in the style of their recent play over the last 5 years.
Yeah, I can't remember what the power play would have been at Edgbaston when England made the 400 against New Zealand, how fast out of the blocks they were that day. But it's as if any target can be eaten up. It's a little straighter, a little fuller from Harris Rauf, more like what you're looking for, Azam.
That's what I want. If he hits you over the mid-off, mid-on, that's good shot. Fair enough. You allow yourself, if you miss it, you can hit the stumps, and get leg before or court behind, and you got a fielder there to get the batsman out. When you're giving width on both sides, it's not acceptable.
Runs required per over, just over 6. That's what happens when you get a fast start. You get it under control. Rauf in again, Fuller, and middle and off. Brings a defensive stroke from Vince. And a dot ball We just need to start clocking up these dot balls, string a few together.
That game you were talking about back in June 2015, at the start of England's one-day revolution. In fact, the power play was only 68 for 2.
All right.
But it was the first match of the Morgan era. He'd taken over as captain for the World Cup, but the team changed. Jason Roy came in, got a first ball duck, but Root made 100, Butler made 129 at 6, Adil Rashid at 8, another feature of England's batting that powered down the order.
Vince faces up to Rauf. Defence again. This is a much better over. Pakistan just need this. Put the brakes on, calm things down.
Andy, can you tell me 434 and 481?
He's put his mic down.
Yeah, I was 434. I think I was with Pakistan coach at that time. I just joined in and I got shocker that day.
Well, how did that go down in the dressing room?
It was all right in the dressing room, but not really good in the social media.
No. Over the wickets, this is pulled by Vince in front of square. It's got enough on it to reach the boundary. Yes, it does, in front of the Holly stand. Deep square leg was on the fence. Not able to cut it off, though. 88 for 2. 15th boundary of the innings for England in just the 11th over.
He just used his feet and, it wasn't that short, but he just used his feet and got through mid-wicket. Good shot. Good cricketing shot, like put pressure back on the bowler.
Just a little shimmy down the pitch to meet it. Good use of the feet as well. Bright sunshine at Edgbaston, and Rauf is bustling in, going back this time, easing it away behind square on the offside this time. Invades and at short third, coming back for a second. Some good running as well. Throw coming back into the gloves of the keeper. Vince taking a moment just to gather breath. He set off very quickly to ensure the 2 was a safe 2.
Yeah, on the last delivery, you can't do anything about that. You weren't right, didn't give room. Batsman tried to do some different thing. Okay, fair enough. You can give credit to the batsman.
And the way that England started the innings, they kept a slip in for so much of the power play and into the 15th over and beyond. Pakistan had to spread early because of Phil Salt as Rauf is in straight at Fuller. Vince defending it into the onside and no run. So 90 for 2, 11 overs gone in pursuit of 332. Vince 14, Crawley 34, and his ultimate.
Those 2 mammoth record-breaking innings that England had at Trent Bridge, 481 against Australia, and it was 444, not 434 Azam against Pakistan. Let's not deny them the extra 10 runs. The power plays weren't actually that devastating. There was 64 for 1 against Pakistan, made it to 444 for 3, and against Australia they were 79 for 0, so a strong start, but managed to get to 481.
Andy, when you have a bad game, you take out your system very quickly, huh? So that's what I did.
Just forget.
Even I remember, 434.
Well, that's a sign of a professional sportsman, Azam, isn't it? Clear, just empty your mind of the bad memories and reset.
Reset. Move on.
New over. Shaheen Afridi is 4 overs have gone for 36. In now, bowls to Crawley, who stands tall, and it's guided down to third man. It's hit quite firmly, but there is a fielder there. Picks up, Crawley takes 1. Stands tall at a good height. Zach Crawley, well over 6 foot.
You see, we saw a lot of dot ball when Pakistan was batting because they were not attacking enough to put pressure on the bowlers. Here, the bowlers batsmen are putting pressure on the bowler, and then suddenly you see the field is going wide. No slip, nothing, and the score.
And bowlers trying very hard, sometimes over trying. Bangs it in short, and here's more runs past the diving backward point. The ball is racing to the boundary. 4 more. Off the flashing blade of James Vince, who moves to 18 off 17.
What a shot that was. I think that was a pace-off. That was a cutter, maybe. Let's watch. But you can't give room on this pitch. He's a clean striker of the cricket ball. Now that was a quick delivery. That's bad bowling from Shaheen.
Banged it in short, and Vince read it, was ready for it.
It's the 12th over of the innings. England's hit a boundary in all apart from one of them. Just the 6th over has been without a boundary so far.
And that'll do it. It's just Pakistan keeping up that discipline for all 6 deliveries, what they need. Around the wicket now to the right-handed Crawley, another bouncer, but it's really dug in short, and Crawley looks towards the square leg umpire, and wide is signalled. Down at the far end of the pitch. Dug in 2 short. Vince rather on strike.
We always talk about the partnership. Bowling is when you're bowling with the other person, you know, it's the partnership, how well you bowled with up front. And England bowler were doing really well, you know. The new bowler bowled really well, and then the backup bowlers, they came in and put the same pressure. That's what you need as a team, as a bowling unit.
Yeah, no good if there's pressure at one end, but runs coming from the other. Afridi going full this time. Vince wasn't sure where that had gone initially. Jabbed the bat down in defensive fashion. The ball has run away towards the square leg, enabling him to jog through for a single. He really wasn't sure, almost worried that it might have ricocheted back towards his stumps.
You see, every time the ball at the stumps, you know, whether stump height or whether it's a short one, you can't do anything about that, you know. Anything with on the offside or leg side, you know, it's easier for the batsman to pick it. And I think you learn from when you're watching the game as a young bowler, you need to learn that how I'm going to go about this pitch. Ball is not moving, you know, I need to bowl straight, stump to stump.
Crawley with a slight open stance. It's another short one, and he doesn't go for the shot. He shapes as if he might have been tempted to pull and dropped his hands and let it go through to the keeper. You know that there's a deep square leg back on the fence, and there's also a fine leg. He's not wanting to take it on unless he knows he can pull it well in front of square, and it's a safety if he's going to do that, or keep it down.
What a player he is, you know. He got runs against Pakistan in the test matches as well last year, and first ODI he got a 50-odd. What a player he is, you know. He's a great timer of the ball, got all the shots in the book.
Struggled a bit in the tests earlier this summer. Full, coming forward, doesn't get hold of it or time it, and into the ground, picked up by the bowler in his follow-through. Yeah, it's been an up-and-down series, hasn't it? A half-century in the first match and a first baller in the second, but now he's scoring at a good pace. Seeing what Phil Salt was able to do at the top of the order. 7 boundaries crashed by Phil Salt on the way to his 37 off 22 balls, and an assault is the only way to describe that start.
You know, like as a batsman, it's a really tough game. It's not easy.
Here goes Afridi. In now, Crawley stands up, tries to drive, doesn't time it.
Because, you know,
I'm laughing because you're a bowler. You're an all-rounder saying this, so you know
yes,
both sides. 97 for 2, by the way, 12 overs gone.
Because I'm saying that because it's a batsman, you know, like if you see Crawley got a first ball, you know, it was a good ball, good Yorker from Shaheen Afridi. Imam-ul-Haq first ball, you know, in the first game, you know, you got a first ball, you know, you missed that one. You can't really judge people's form on that, you know. You got out in first 2 balls, you know.
There's no coming back, is there? That's it, you're back in the pavilion.
And with the bowlers, you know, if you bowl one bad over, then you got still 9 overs to bowl. And it's a tough one. Judging the bowler speed, you know, if someone bowling 145, you know, picking the length and line and, you know, leaving the ball or playing the ball and then decide where you want to put it, the ball, it's hard.
Harris Rauf again to Vince, so flick of the wrist to work this wide of mid-on. It's been well placed. Chase back to the boundary, and a tumbling stop has saved the 4. They'll come back, and they've run 3. Flurry comes in. He hasn't damaged his shoulder in the process. But it's the 100 up for England in the 13th over. They're scoring runs at a pace in pursuit of this 332 to make it 3-0 and a clean sweep against Pakistan. Got a way to go yet, but they've had just the start they needed.
At the same stage, 12.1 overs, Pakistan were 46 for 1, England 100 for 2.
That's quite a comparison. And then we all know what did happen after. Bit of width here for Crawley to latch onto. 4 more. Backward of square. There is protection on that cover boundary, but placed well enough. And again, the width offered.
What a beautiful shot that was. He was quick on the back foot and hit through the point area. But this is the tough for the captain. Babar Azam is a young captain, you know. It's very difficult for him to set the field for the bowler, you know. One ball was pitch sharp. The second one was cut and wide. Given cut and wide, it's very difficult for the captain as well, you know. It's frustrating for him. You just need to hit few ball in right areas. Maybe 1 over.
Should he be, I mean, he's here at mid-off, speaking to the bowler to say, as Rauf's in again outside the off stump once more, stroked out towards backward point this time, finds the fielder, and so no run. Just a little behind square there, Imam-ul-Haq, isn't it? Almost at a short third man position, although now he swings back around to more of a traditional backward point. I hope that was Faheem Ashraf who dived, didn't he? Is he okay? He was seemingly doing a few shoulder rotations if he landed awkwardly.
I think he's coming to bowl from the far end.
Warming himself up as opposed to rubbing an injury. Rauf bustling in. That's straighter, that's better. Forcing Crawley to defend. Thought about a single, but no. Imam comes quickly in from point to pick up. And it's a dot ball. Score remains 104 for 2.
It's a body language of Rauf. You know, normally he's charging in his up, his shoulder is out. Now I can see drops his shoulder, you know, like from the last game, and he got wicket on the first ball as well. So you need to back yourself when you're playing international cricket. You know, you say, okay, I had a bad day, and forget about that. And now it's a new game, new over, new ball.
Rauf into Crawley for the bowling.
Yes.
Off stump is flattened, and here's a celebration from Haris Rauf. That'll make him feel better. He's got a fierce look on his face, pumping his fists. And Crawley's gone for 39 off 34, a very bright innings. Pakistan desperately needed a wicket, though, 104 for 3 now in the 13th over.
See, that's the fuller length, you know, attacking the stumps. And if you miss, I hit. That's good bowling. That might give him a bit more confidence. What an innings from Jack Crawley, you know.
Very good innings. This the applause as he walks off the ground.
No holding from England team, you know, they're going to keep coming hard at you.
They certainly will, because the next man out is the England captain, Ben Stokes.
Crawley 39 from 34 balls with 7 boundaries. The partnership was 51 from just 40 balls.
Stokes has been announced to the crowd. Well, that's a great reception, isn't it? And many in the Holly stand on their feet to applaud Stokes out to the middle in his 101st at ODI now, after celebrating that milestone with the last game at Lords. There's one more ball to come in this over. But Pakistan have got to believe, and you're right, Azza, that the body language almost suggests that, well, you know, the damage that Phil Salt did was more than just runs on the board. It was something psychological as well. And yet Pakistan have got 332. Yes, England have shown they're a quality side, but they haven't yet been tested, this particular team, in this particular circumstance. Although they have now got Ben Stokes out in the middle, who loves a big run chase.
What a cricketer he is, you know. He's been phenomenal with the bat, with the ball. What a cricketer. What a inspiration for all the young players, you know. Like, I admire him as an all-rounder, you know. He's been brilliant, and now he's leading his side really well.
I think there's people in this ground today who probably been waiting to see cricketers like Ben Stokes in the flesh for well over a year, denied being able to come to any cricket last year at all, and seeing Ben Stokes in an England shirt playing in an international, and here at Edgbaston as Rauf is in last ball of the over outside the off stump, and Stokes lets it go through to the keeper. Happy to just have that last ball of the over. 13 overs gone then, England in pursuit of 332. It's been a rollicking start after Phil Salt's 37 off 22 balls. Zach Crawley's dismissal then has brought Stokes out. Vince is 22 not out off 19. Ebony Rainford Brent is coming in now for Azam Mahmood. And it's a gorgeous scene, actually, with the shadows just starting to lengthen. Bright evening, early evening sunshine at Edgbaston. The temperature is warm in the sun. And Ben Stokes is out in the middle with the bat in hand. 37 overs in order to get the 228 more runs England need for a 3-0 clean sweep over Pakistan. But Pakistan had given themselves every chance after Babar Azam's 158 and Rizwan's 74 off 58. A couple of scintillating innings. It gathered pace throughout the innings. However, England are hitting back strongly with the bat. Vince facing up now to Ashraf, pulled. Oh, it wasn't far away from short mid-wicket. It'll be 4, though, down to cow corner. Pulled strongly and well in front of square. Ebony Rainford Brent, former England World Cup winner. How is this run chase shaping up for you?
Yeah, an interesting one, isn't it? Well, first of all, this is if you want to be a batter and you want to score runs and you want to impress the England coaches, this is the surface you want. And with Pakistan dropping a number with a bit of width and a little bit too short at times, it's an opportunity to throw your hands through. I would say, though, that there are some challenges with this run chase. It's got a lot of runs to get, first of all.
Ashraf coming in. 3 fielders inside the ring on the offside, 2 on the on. Width once more then for Vince, who's cutting well in front of Imam-ul-Haq at point. There's protection on the cover boundary. They jog 1. The ball comes back in on the bounce to Rizwan, the keeper. It is a lot of runs, but you know that this England team, I mean, certainly we know it's not England's first team, but you feel that there is an English white ball mentality now that's filtered down from the Owen Morgan-led side that just says it doesn't matter who you are. This is an England one-day squad. England are the one-day world champions, and any total is chaseable.
Yeah, I think, though, if I was Pakistan captain, I would be looking at the depth of the batting and thinking 9, 8, 10 are genuine bowlers.
Got a slip here for Stokes. Over the wicket comes Ashraf. It has come off very thick outside edge, though. Safely into the ground, wide of Imam at backward point and down towards deep third for 1 for Stokes. He's off the mark.
I was just going to say, I think the A team genuinely bat to 11. You know, you think of Rashid if he's coming in, he can genuinely bat. So I would be saying, even though they're ahead, they're going nicely, the pitch is all in their favour, 2 wickets could just change that quite significantly. So I'm not saying that England aren't ahead of the rate, they are, but I would also be saying as a Pakistan captain, 2 or 3 wickets, and the depth is not there like the England A. So there's still a chance for them.
Ashraf again to Vince, who gets up on his toes. It's out towards deep cover boundary. Throw comes back into the middle, another 1 for the total. Well, that's right, and Pakistan have got to see, right, new batters come in. Yes, it is Ben Stokes, but still put a slip in. So no matter who you are, when you first come out to the middle, you can be vulnerable. And so Babar Azam's got to understand when he can take a moment to attack, and those windows might not actually be very big. Slip is back in then for Stokes. The Holly stand are finding their voice. The beach balls being bounced around. Ashraf rushes in full. Stokes is defending. And his back leg swings round square as he does so. And rehearses the strokes. We wanted to angle it more up towards mid-on. Even wide of mid-on. Because there's nobody in the ring on the onside for Stokes. With a left-hander. It's been a good atmosphere here today, hasn't it?
I was just thinking, what's good is there's something in it for everybody at the moment. You know, sometimes the game feels so one-sided. Pakistan fans can still hope a few wickets could turn it. England fans could see some runs on the board. It's all... And the sun is shining. It's kind of like perfect.
Ashraf runs in. Dark shadow beneath his feet. Stokes walks forward towards him. A little clip through that vacant mid-wicket region. He's got it wide enough of mid-on that it's been chased back towards the rope. Stokes has come back for 2 comfortably. They settle for 2. Throw comes back into the bowler's end. England are 113 for 3 at the end of over number 14. So they're on their way in pursuit of 332. But with the wicket of Crawley, Pakistan keep interested. There's a long way to go. Ebony Rain for Brent, a few more words from you. And then the wonderful Atif Nawaz is coming in.
Andy, you may have already said this while I wasn't here, but I heard a stat that this would be the highest successful run chase in an ODI at Edgbaston. So I think at this particular ground, which I think if that is the case for I suppose the England B team to get that milestone, it'd be pretty impressive. So I just thought I'd throw that one out there to see if that's a bit of history to be made by this side. How are you doing, Atif?
I'm good, Ebs. I'm just wondering though, if they did do that, what does it do for their chances of long-term inclusion in this England squad?
I mean,
aside from Stokes, of course.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I get your point. It's like...
Well, Haris Rauf in, short outside the off-stump, cut, but straight to the fielder at point. Shadab Khan makes no mistake, no run.
I don't imagine many of these players displacing the others, but what it does do is, if you lose form, you know there are people with experience who have performed under pressure right behind you.
Well, we've talked about this all day, but I'm asking you, what do they have to do to displace the guys in the first 11?
World Cup winning team.
Rauf again, short and pulled out to square leg for a single.
I mean, it has to be the consistency of runs and I suppose there's different roles, right? If you want to displace Joe Root, you're mostly more thinking like Malan, all right, I need to consistently churn out a runnable, and you mostly have to have a slightly better rate. I think that's a hard thing to do because of how he's delivered. If you're Phil Sort, you're thinking, I need to outpower Roy and Bairstow. Again, that's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to do, isn't it? I'm not saying don't try.
In comes Rauf. Good length this time. Pushed into the offside for no run.
I'm just thinking, my career, I've said this a few times, but it was Charlotte Edwards, Claire Taylor, Sarah Taylor, who were all... And I'm not saying I couldn't have done anything but they were 3 greats. And that's the problem for the England white ball team. It's full of greats of the white ball game. It's like displacing a great is...
It's hard work.
It's hard work. It's not just someone who's good and in form. It's a great of the game.
Rauf just falling away there in his run-up and decides not to deliver. He'll try again in a moment. 114 for 3 England. They've made a heck of a start here in pursuit of their target of 332. A powered start. With some aggressive batting up top from Phil Salt, James Vince, Zach Crawley. Pakistan have managed to nip out 3 wickets. In comes Rauf again, full ball, driven to mid-on, and there is no run. There's a shy at the non-strikers, and they want to be careful with those shies when the batsman is grounded. Already had 4 overthrows today from Pakistan.
Andy, any luck with the stat?
Yeah, the highest target successfully chased on this ground in one-day international was 278.
So it'd be a record-breaking effort today.
By the B team, if they did it, that'd be pretty epic.
Rauf in, full ball, driven, beautifully straight, all the way along the ground. And that will be Ben Stokes' first boundary of this match. A gorgeous shot across the turf. And England move on to 118 for 3.
He makes that look so effortless. Sorry, Andy, I'll hear more from your stat.
Yes, that was Australia in 1993 chased 278 to win against England. There have been 14 previous attempts to chase scores higher than that on this ground. All have ended in failure, but only a few in recent years. We've seen one-day scores accelerate considerably over the last 7 or 8 years.
Rauf in now. Another full ball, again beautifully driven by Stokes, but only as far as mid-off. And, well, I think... Yeah, that is no run scored. So, the ball has been called in by the umpire for some sanitization. The players are going to have a little drink. England are 118 for 3 after 15 overs. Andy Zaltzman?
Well, it's now 15 overs gone, and England have scored at least 1 boundary in 14 of the 15 overs.
Their motor. So, OK, if England chase this down, 331, the highest ODI total on this game, they win this 3-0. What are you saying about players? So I've told you I think it's going to be impossible. Do you think you could see someone squeezing in, other than Saqib Mahmood, who I think was already kind of in the thinking?
Well, hold on. Who are we taking out for Saqib Mahmood?
Well, he's making the squad.
Okay.
And I think with the potential for Archer to be injured for a little while, and if they want to maintain pace on certain wickets, you know, it could be that he becomes part of that 3, maybe the third of the 3, but he could become an option.
Well, I've long campaigned for James Vince to be more involved in the England setup, and you know, I've watched his game so closely in
Come
the
on,
Big
Andy,
Bash.
give us your thoughts.
Well, I mean, aesthetically, he'd be the first name on the team sheet, but until they bring in the artistic impression coefficient, he's had sporadic chances and not quite taken them. And yeah, we talked about the stats the other day of him getting out in the sort of 20s and 30s in his international career.
I appreciate that. I just seen.
But who's he taking the place of?
So here's what I would suggest, right? If England were to pull off this, you know, extraordinary, it would be an extraordinary effort. It wouldn't quite be miraculous, but it'd be extraordinary to chase down this record score with this quote-unquote weakened batting lineup. Right? There has to be a reward on offer for that kind of performance. If James Vince is to score 130 here, 140 here, in difficult circumstances against a very strong Pakistan's first-choice bowling attack, and admittedly it's a good pitch, but under a lot of pressure, there's got to be some form of reward there for them. And, you know, England have a heck of a workload coming up this summer.
Isn't the reward the cap? As in, getting an England cap alone, like, Carse must be calling his family everywhere in the world, turn on the TV.
It's a huge... For players like John Simpson, right, who would probably have not played international cricket but for these extraordinary circumstances, the cap is the reward. For a player like Vince, for a player like Carse, who's got his whole career in front of him still, you know, I think he's thinking beyond that. He's like, yes, of course, it's a great honour to play for your country, and that's wonderful and amazing, and not to take anything away from everybody who's done that, but your ambitions are going to take you further. You want to play in a World Cup winning team, you want to play in a World T20 winning team, an Ashes winning team, right? we talk about England's workload. After this, they've got 5 test matches against India. A lot of their team are going to go off and play in the IPL. There's a series against Pakistan. There's a series against Bangladesh. Then there's the World T20. And then there's an Ashes series. So there's a lot of cricket there. That squad of 16 might not suffice. You need a squad of you're going to rotate about 30 to 35 players over the course of the next 12 months. A strong performance here from James Vince. From Brydon. Carse bowled really well. I think he's maybe a little bit raw, but he's shown great potential and should be moulded. Phil Salt in the shorter form of the game, absolutely. I think they've already done a lot, but if they could win this game, they'd really make a case for being involved in the long-term setup of English cricket.
I hear you, and I understand that. And I think COVID actually has changed the game.
Yep.
Because before that, you might have thought, I'm a long way away. How many injuries do you need for you to get called in? Now it genuinely could be, like it is here, ripped up, and the next thing you know, you're in. So, what if this... Could you imagine if this was midway through a World T20? And they had to completely change a squad? I mean, I don't know if that would be possible. I don't know how it will work, but...
If they managed to win or be as dominant as they'd been in the first 2 games with a squad like that in the middle of a World T20, it'd make a great Hollywood film. Shadab Khan into the attack now. His first ball is short. It's been cut away behind square. They'll get back for 2. The throw comes in just a touch too late. And the batters make it back comfortably as the score moves on to 120 for 3. Yeah, I mean, that would be stunning. Talk about it making a Hollywood film. That might be the one thing to launch cricket in America.
Like the Rocky of cricket.
Yeah. Back of a length from Shadab Khan this time. Punched down the ground by James Vince to long on for a single. Now, this is interesting. Thus far, I was chatting to Ian Bell off mic, and he suggested that Pakistan would have done better to change things up sooner. Take the pace off the ball, bring Shadab in inside the power play. But Imam-ul-Haq, very conventional with his tactics, and Babar Azam doesn't stray too far from what the coach suggests. So, one of the last conventions observed in cricket, the spinner comes on after the power play. As in one-day international cricket, Shadab just collects the next ball and is followed through. There's no run.
They bowled well, didn't they, in the last game in tandem as the spinners dried things up, created a bit of pressure. I don't think the surface hasn't taken a huge amount of turn other than that wild one we saw earlier, but I do think they might be able to just create that stranglehold.
Shadab comes in. This one's been swept aerially, and it's been dropped. Fine leg, and it's been parried into the boundary. Well, insult to injury there. Shadab played Ben Stokes into his trap. He got him to execute that sweep shot aerially. Hasan Ali was the man behind it. If there's one man you want underneath a tough chance, it's Hasan Ali. And that, has to be said, wasn't really a tough chance. Hasan Ali's managed to grasp it. Not only has he grasped it, but he's ricocheted it onto the fence. And 4 more runs to England. 125 for 3 now. Shadab in once again. Full ball. It's been driven down to long on for a single. Well, a life for England's captain Ben Stokes.
That is a shocker of a catch. Of all the things you want as a fielder on the boundary, you definitely want those ones that are a nice catchable height. It wasn't absolutely drilled. It was kind of coming at a pace where he had time, and he just completely misread it. It went through the hands and into the chest.
In comes Shadab now. This time the ball just takes a leading edge into the offside. He's a long way down the track. Vince manages to get back. The throw wasn't the best from the covers. Slight moment of alarm there. England survive 126 for 3 after 16 overs. Ben Stokes on 12 not out of 11 deliveries. James Vince looking very, very good. 32 of 27 balls.
Oh, just having a look again, and it's not just the drop catch, then you pretty much knock it over the boundary for a 4. I mean, if there was a chance of getting back into this game, we talked about the depth of England not being as strong as the A team. You get Ben Stokes out.
Well, it's not a bad man to have coming in at number 5. Yeah. Well, Faheem Ashraf's going to come into the attack. A second ago, the song Don't You Want Me was playing on the PA system here at Edgbaston. It's a very appropriate thing for the ball to be saying to Hasan Ali when he dropped that. Don't you want me? I'm right there for you. And the crowd are having a great time here at Edgbaston today. It's lovely weather, clear blue skies, And a great match on. As in comes Faheem Ashraf. Short ball to start with. Stokes has nailed it straight into Vince, who's the non-striker. That's hit him hard. Hopefully he's okay. He's been splayed out into the ground. Now Ben Stokes is smiling, which makes me think Vince is okay, but that ball hit him hard in the follow-through.
That was drilled. You know, sometimes we worry about how hard the players are hitting these balls these days. Ben Stokes ran down, took it early.
Oh!
Drilled it right into that sort of thigh area. Vince did everything he could to get out of the way.
Oh, he's got a thick old thigh guard in there. I reckon it's got a big dent in it now. That ball was hit very, very hard. 126 for 3. Stokes on strike. In comes Faheem Ashraf, back of a length and defended by Stokes. For no run.
Stokes is in one of those moves, isn't he? You can just see he's come out, he's played his shots up and down the ground, he's taken on a slob sweep, he's run down the pitch and smacked one. If it continues to play true and he stays there for 50 balls, it's going to be damage.
It could be. I mean, we've seen Babar Azam play a stunning knock a little bit earlier today, and he just showed the value of spending a little bit of time assessing the pitch, working out the bounce, and then just unleashing a breathtaking attack. Ashraf in again. Short ball. Down the track comes Vince, and he just swivels on this and pulls it down to deep backward square leg for 2 runs.
I do like this about the England teams. Just, you know, you come in, they've lost a couple of wickets. They could have tried to do the rebuild thing, and we're watching Stokes again charge down. They just want to dominate. That is good, as there's no shift in culture between A and B team, regardless. That is...
Yeah,
that's pretty special.
this England team, as my friends back in Wembley would say, have no chill. In comes Faheem Ashraf. Back of a length, and the ball's been defended back to him.
Explain that. Who explain that? Your Wembley mates. Who are those? Your footy fans?
No, I'm from Wembley, right?
Oh,
so
are you Wembley?
I live in Wembley, so I was born and brought up in Wembley. So
Yeah, the way you casually said it did sound like you were referring to the England football
That's
team.
what I was
My
like.
Wembley mates.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. I certainly wouldn't. I'd find a clever way to name drop that if I had any connection to them. But sadly, not.
Wembley.
Yeah. You could take the boy out of Wembley, and he'll have no chill. In comes Faheem Ashraf. The next ball's just been pushed back to him defensively for no run.
We don't speak like that down south, me and Andy.
You guys are far too civilised. Not dropping any outdated slang.
All right, game on here. I think I'm not convinced that Faheem is going to get the breakthrough. I'm not saying he can't, but I just feel that his pace seems a bit gentle. The lengths that he's bowling seem to be sitting up nicely at the moment.
And comes Faheem again as Stokes comes down the track and hammers that past the fielder at mid-off. It's going to race away to the boundary for 4. Just adjusted his stroke there to beat the fielder. Great placement. And England power on, 132 for 3 after 17 overs.
Yeah, it's almost the surface is so friendly and gentle that unless you've maybe got a little bit extra pace like Saqib or Carse did, or unless you've got a bit of variety like Shadab or maybe even Parkinson, it just feels that you're going to be set up to be whacked, basically. And you could just see that from the way Ben Stokes went about that ball. He just ran down and whacked it. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of defending here for Pakistan.
Yeah, they're going to have to look at their plan Bs and plan Cs. We talked about England having to go to plan Bs and plan Cs. Well, Pakistan have put up what we thought was a very good total, but if England continue in this form, they'll get there with a lot of time to spare. Now, Shadab Khan at the top of his run, just taking his time, setting his field, and in he comes now to James Vince. Lots of flight given as Vince gets forward and drives that down to long off for a single. 133 for 3, Andy.
I'll make it 16 runs from misfields already in this innings, including that drop catch and the overthrows from the throw needlessly hurled at the stumps early on.
Well, we haven't seen Yunus Khan on this tour, obviously. No longer a part of the PCB setup, but it's the kind of thing he'd have in his notebook. As down the track comes Ben Stokes. He's hammered that straight. And just well enough to beat the diving effort of the fielder at long on. All he can do is parry that into the ground and into the fence. They're going to double check to see if that's 4 or 6. Sohaib Maqsood did everything he could to get behind it. He got one hand to it and he's pulled it just inside the rope, so That'll be 4 runs. Just waiting for confirmation that it's 4.
I have to say as well, I think that's not good positioning he's got himself into there, because where the ball hit him on his hand, it hit him pretty meatily, as in he could have easily gone 2 hands, rotate the shoulder. He didn't have to just sort of dash one hand out. He did the hard work, got to the ball. So again, I would put that down as another big drop following Hasan Ali's on the boundary.
Confirmation that it was indeed 4 runs. 137 for 3 England. In comes Shadab Khan now. Short this time, pulled into the leg side. 1 bounce into the waiting hands of the fielder in the deep, and they take a single. And Shadab is being attacked by these 2 England batsmen. Ben Stokes in particular doesn't feel like hanging around. He wants to go hard at this game. In comes Shadab once again. A bit flatter this time. Vince forward in defence. There is no run. 138 for 3. It would be an extraordinary effort if England were to pull this off. As we know, they'd have to go 50 better than the previous highest chase on this ground. In comes Shadab once again. Lots of flight given, driven, but only as far as extra cover. There's a slight misfield, but no run.
The one thing that's potentially a positive for Pakistan is they are playing their shots. You know, he's been dropped twice already. He's deciding to go hard.
Shadab in once again, a bit shorter this time, and it's pushed to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Well, that's the end of the 18th over. England 138 for 3 in pursuit of their target of 332. The game is just hotting up nicely. What a contest this is. A few thoughts from you, Ebony Rainford Brent, and then you're going to be joined by Charles Dagger.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Andy, so you had around 16 runs already, and then you maybe add another 2 for that misfield. So about 18 runs already?
Well, if you're taking the catch, that makes it's 4, isn't it? So it's 20 runs. Shadab Khan's got 0 for 14 from 2 overs. 8 of those runs have been from drop catches palmed over the boundary.
Yeah, not great. And, it allows England to keep putting the pressure on Daggers.
Nothing wrong with the run rate from England's perspective. Faheem Ashraf comes in and Ben Stokes just gets squared up a little bit and plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Afternoon. Well, they've had the money's worth. Everyone, haven't they?
Game on.
Crikey.
Bit of sun, bit of entertainment.
Wow. This is much more like...
It allows England to keep putting the pressure on Daggers.
Nothing wrong with the run rate from England's perspective. Faheem Ashraf comes in and Ben Stokes just gets squared up a little bit and plays it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Afternoon. Well, they've had the money's worth. Everyone, haven't they?
Game on.
Crikey.
Bit of sun, bit of entertainment.
Wow. This is much more like... I have to say that over the course of the summer, we've not been blessed with many cliffhangers.
No.
From the England men's team. Had a couple of close ones in the women's, but nothing in the men's. As Ashraf, 41 on his back, strides away. Stokes down the pitch and tries to work it through the leg side, but Imam is there to deny him any run-scoring opportunity. All of the Sri Lanka one-days and T20s, fairly one-sided. New Zealand's victories over England in the World Test Championship was a close-run thing and a very tense thing, but that wasn't... we've not had it's not been... I think it's fair to say it's not been a classic summer of cricket as yet. However, as Ashraf bowls and Stokes works this into the leg side. Now he's looking for 2 immediately. Imam's going to stop it, though, as he hares after it from mid-wicket, and the ball ends up at square leg. And England to 139 for 3. We could have...
Do you think it's today?
It may be. And maybe the catalyst. We've still got 5 very intriguing... I think that's going to be... I think it's going to be a wonderful summer of Test match cricket.
Where are you going with your predictions?
I've got England, but not by much.
2-1.
I think we're going to get results.
Yeah.
It's going to be 3-1. But close run. Ashraf bowls and slapped away by James Vince. Again, Imam-ul-Haq is in the action at extra cover. Plenty of noise and frivolity in the Hollies stand, as you would expect, at 7:15 on a Tuesday.
Bosses are like, hold on, you weren't there on Monday for work, and now you're not there for Tuesday at work. What's going on?
This doctor's note you've given me, it's very much like your handwriting, isn't it? I don't think you've got scarlet fever. Ashraf, wide of the stumps, driven away by Vince, through space. At backward point, might have enough to go to the boundary, and does. Despairing dive from Shaheen, Afridi. And he got a hand to it, but he only got a hand to it to parry it over the boundary for 4 more runs, and England still keep accumulating very nicely. It's scoring runs, no problems. England have got to be careful of the wickets, of course, being 3 down, but the partnership starting to blossom. 143 for 3, another 189 runs to win. A long way off yet, but 143 and short of 19 overs is a fair lick. Ashraf again, slower delivery, and James Vince plays it a touch too early, gets a thickish inside edge, and it goes to mid-wicket, and there is no run. And so the 19th over has been completed, 143 for 3. Have you ever done that?
What's that?
Have you, I mean, taking a sick day when you shouldn't have?
I haven't. I'm a bit of a goody-two-shoes on things like that, but I do think if we'd have won on Sunday night...
Monday was a no-go,
Monday's
whatever.
just a no-go.
What did you have on Monday?
Meetings.
Really?
You could have called in. Meetings are fine, or you could Zoom them. Zoom without the camera.
Yes, I suppose so.
Hi guys, sorry my camera's not working.
And just agree with everything. That's a good idea. Shadab continues, and a reverse attempted by Stokes gets in a bit of a tangle and reps him on the pad. It trickles out into the offside where Rizwan does the fielding. There is no run, 143 for 3. Slightly quicker pace of Shadab Khan to Parkinson, who we saw earlier. A little bit of turn for him, though. Back into the left-handed Stokes, and Stokes plays the next delivery back up the pitch from Shadab. There is no run again. Just having a look at the field. Mid-off is up inside the circle. Long on his back, deep mid-wicket. Deep... Well, it's more of a long leg than a deep backward square, and there's a deep backward point as well, and that's what Stokes is trying to hit with a reverse sweep, which he plays well. Diving Faheem Ashraf can only parry it to Harris Rauf, and brilliantly run from the England pair. 2 runs collected, and England 145 for 3. Stokes 26 from 25. As the floodlights now, the shadow almost extending right across the outfield from one side to the other, as Shadab bowls short of a length, punched away by Stokes, who looks at it quizzically as it's fielded by Shaheen Afridi.
That's how good a wicket is, isn't it? You could see he was trying to create and thread it through. When it's a good surface, you just try and...
Yeah, he just released the hands a little, didn't he, to try and manoeuvre it in. Short ball pulled away for 6. Right into the Hollies stand. And they all rise in celebration of 6 runs, going to Stokes' total and taking England past the 150. 151 for 3. The target of 332. The sound of Tom Hark ringing round the stereo system here at Edgbaston. We've seen some quality entertainment today. More to come, no doubt. Shadab's response. Oh, and he got behind. Is he caught behind? Yes! A slot sweep attempted by Stokes. A bottom edge and brilliantly taken by Rizwan behind the stumps. And you can see in front of us the Pakistan fielders and bowlers celebrating wildly on the dismissal of England's stand-in captain. The 4th wicket falls. 20 overs have been bowled. And England are 151 for 4.
Well, you have to hold your nerve there. That one just went straight on. Might have thought it was going to come back in a fraction and he would have been able to go with the arc of the ball, but actually it held its line. A feather of a tickle, but you feel that is the moment potentially of the game, because then Stokes looked in a mood. He looked like he was here to get on with it, here to keep things going. And now I would say this is going to be the question of, can this B team win? Can Gregory, Overton and the others get this over the line?
Well, just seeing a very tight Pakistan huddle, and after 2 disappointing results, you see how geared up for victory they are in this final one. John Simpson is who comes out to join James Vince. Now Vince, absolutely critical innings for him here. He's got to play the Babar Azam role. and see England, well, at least close. Anyway, he's got to guide them through the next 10 to 15 overs. Simpson, Middlesex wicketkeeper, getting his opportunity, of course, because of the COVID-related absence of the main England one-day international side, and what a name he could make for himself here. So, Faheem Ashraf it will be to continue from the pavilion end. The two beach balls, which I saw earlier, multicoloured in nature, just bobbing around all over the Holly stand. And Vince is ready. 151 for 4. Ashraf slightly pigeon-toed as he runs in and gets a wide delivery, which is carved away by Vince. He doesn't bother running as it's flayed away to the deep point boundary for 4 more runs. 155 for 4. In this, the 21st over, Vince moves to 41. Some of the ground to our left-hand side, the Drayton Manor stand is in shade, but the Pakistan fans, well, still celebrating, they're still supporting their team vociferously, standing and waving the flags as Ashraf bowls, wrapped on the pad. A polite appeal for LBW towards Richard Illingworth, but turned down as he was sliding down the leg side, and it was probably too high as well. And what opportune time to bring back former Bears and England international Ian Bell.
Afternoon, Charlie. You can always count on Edgbaston, get a good pitch. Sun's out in Birmingham. Proper batting pitch. I thought it was me. I thought I had a bit of talent, but obviously it's the wickets I must have played on, Charlie.
Yes, absolutely right. Nothing to do with you,
No.
of course. Ashraf bowls a full delivery, whipped away. It's a lovely looking shot from James Vince. Deserves more than one, but that's all he'll get as Fakhar Zaman fields on the deep square boundary. So the Stokes wicket, now a slight change in the impetus of the game.
They were trying not to get him out, though. It's been, I mean, you feel that was a big wicket, and actually you feel now for Vince, even though you love watching Vince play so nice on the eye, you feel that today, if England are get over the line, it's on him today. He has to get us that match-winning 100, which I suppose is the frustration when you watch him play the shots he has today. He has all the ability to be a fantastic international player. But let's hope today this is his moment, and he sees us through. Certainly he bats us deep, take it deep in the game.
Well, this is set up for, and he's got to realise now that, you know, as chances go, I don't know if it's last chance saloon for James Vince or not, as Faheem comes in, bowls just slightly quicker than medium pace, back of a length, and Simpson defends smartly out into the offside. But you wonder how many opportunities there are for James Vince. If he can manage to get England somewhere close and play that innings that Babar played for Pakistan, or that the situation requires, I think that might, some of his detractors, that might force a slight change of opinion. And he's got to do it. Here's Ashraf bowls, and Simpson on the back foot defends out into the offside. It goes to backward point. He's a good player, John Simpson, as well. Seen a lot of him at Middlesex, in white ball cricket especially.
I think as well, Charlie, like with Vince as well, I think if you've been playing another era, he probably would have played a lot more cricket. But I think the unfortunate thing is he's been playing in a period of time where we've got some of the best white ball players we've ever had. So if you want to break your way in, 40s and 50s aren't enough, are they? It's match-winning contributions that are going to get you in to the top six of England.
Infield closes as Faheem Ashraf comes in, and again Simpson content to defend out into the offside, and it completes the 21st over. 156 for 4. And you have been in situations like that. Did you actually think when you were out in the middle, this is on me now? And did your mindset change? Did your technique change at all?
Not really. Obviously, like I said, it was a slight different era of cricket, and the way we went about it was slightly different. You know, I think that we'd certainly, as the group that I played, we didn't have as much power as these guys have now. So,
but given it's 156 for 4,
yep,
and you're 40 not out,
yep,
a new batter coming in at number 6.
Yeah, for me, it was about being busy. Look at the way Rizwan played today. Score off as many balls as possible. Busy, running hard between the wickets.
Shadab to start a new over from the City end. Slight turn away from the right-hander James Vince, but he plays it well. Under his eye line, out towards deep point for a single. 157 for 4.
And especially in this time now, that's what Joe Root has done so well. In these periods there, he just scores off every ball. I think the stats... Andy was saying there about Rizwan, I don't think he was maybe one dot ball. We never backed up dot balls, and that's the skill through this middle period. That balance between, yes, your boundary options, which most modern-day players have now, but can you rotate the strike against quality spin? And that's what we're looking for from these two now over the next 10, 15 overs. Can you keep turning it over? Yes, put the bad ball away, but have that intent and the skill to be able to score off as many balls as possible.
Just having a look at the field for Simpson. It's a long leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backward point as Shadab bowls a flat delivery, which just makes Simpson stand upright as he plays it to mid-off, where Shaheen Shah Afridi is. It is a glorious evening here in Birmingham. All the cloud is pretty much gone. It's blue above Edgbaston as down the pitch comes Simpson. He chips this down towards long on. For a moment, Shadab thought he was in with a chance of catching it, but it was just too wide to his left-hand side, and Simpson is off the mark. 158 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cranes. All standing proudly, jibs pointing to the sky, as if to say they're done for the day. All watching the cricket as Vince drives down the ground for a single, too long off. Moves him to 44. 159 for 4.
I'm surprised as well we haven't seen a bit of Shakeel come in. He actually got the wicket of Phil Salt the other day. Just another bit of pace-off options, but also it will give Babar down the back and doesn't have to bowl his seamers all 10 overs. It gives them a little bit of flexibility. If they could run through a few spinners here, get rid of a few overs quickly.
Yeah. Shadab bowls and hit firmly by Simpson, who looks to the sky in frustration as he couldn't quite squeeze it past the bowler. Fields off his own bowling, and another dot ball. This is a good over from Shadab. Trots in, skips in, and Simpson onto the back foot, plays it into space on the offside. Might think about the second run here. Oh, he could be struggling at the non-striker's end, but the throw comes into the batsman's end. Vince didn't want the second. He was probably the right decision in the end. And a single to finish the over. Simpson will keep the strike. 160 for 4 at the end of the 22nd over. Andy Saltzman.
Another one-day international has been taking place today, and Ireland have beaten South Africa for the first time.
Oh, wow, goodness.
Superb victory for Ireland. They made 290 for 5 with a sixth ODI 100 for Andy Balbirnie. Their captain, career best 79 for Harry Tector, and in reply South Africa 247 all out. The wickets shared around. It's, as I said, their first victory over South Africa in 6 completed matches, and their 5th victory in all against top 8 ranked opposition.
Well, congratulations to them. Very fine effort from Ireland cricket, from all of us, as Faheem Ashraf continues from the pavilion end. And there is no run to mid-on. I was there at the Rose Bowl, Ageas Bowl, when it's not been the Rose Bowl for about 8 years. The Ageas Bowl, when they won against England last year. Unfortunately, it wasn't in front of any fans, but when Paul Sterling hit that magnificent 100.
I was going to say, does that mean we can stop talking about the World Cup loss to Ireland at Bangalore?
No,
we can stop talking about that now.
Wherever you're
That's going to be a bigger win now, isn't it?
As Ashraf bowls, Simpson tucks this into the leg side for a single, fielded by Hasan Ali, and England to 161 for 4. No, I don't think so. I think Bangalore still holds a place in our hearts, Belly.
Really?
Yes. Well, it was, Ireland at home. Ireland at home against South Africa, but England in Bangalore. I mean, come now. I mean, magic. Absolutely magic. And they're growing, our Ireland. They really are. And it's great to see for international cricket, a slower delivery from Faheem Ashraf, which Vince resolutely defends back up the pitch. 161 for 4. I think Niall O'Brien, our good friend Nobby, he'll be sinking a few of the
he'll enjoy that one, I'm
dark
sure.
stuff this evening, I have no doubt. He'll be going 10 to the dozen, will Nobby? He doesn't live far away. It's little village in Northamptonshire. You'll probably hear him in the surrounding ones. 161 for 4. Vince waits. 44 not out. Ashraf bowls, and that's turned by Vince just for a single down towards fine leg. And I think this, as England move to 162 for 4, this is going to be the form for the next 4 or 5 overs, just working singles, getting Simpson in, and to start a new partnership to develop.
Get the partnership going, and that's where when you look back, actually, you look at that Pakistan partnership as well, of how good Rizwan was to come in this situation, how he turned the strike over. So sometimes for the new batter coming in, and you've got someone set like Vince, you want to get off strike as quick as you can, keep rotating, because if you're chewing up dot balls, it just keeps adding the pressure onto the in batter.
Ashraf, last umpire Illingworth. High action bowls driven by Simpson. Very nice piece of timing, but well fielded at extra cover. There is no run. All of Edgbaston decked out in blue today for Bob Willis. I've just seen David Lloyd urging people to text in to donate to the Bob Willis Fund for prostate cancer. I think I saw a number on the big screen earlier, about £160,000 has been raised already today, so huge congratulations to all. And I'm sure thanks go from them to all who donated, as Ashraf bowls another slower ball which just comes out of the side of the hand, almost like a quick off spinner, if you like, and Simpson defends to backward point, and there is no run. End of the over then, 162 for 4, a quieter period for England after the dismissal of Stokes. Vince is 45, Simpson is 3. 23 overs have been bowled. Some more from you, Ian Bell, and then it will be Alison Mitchell.
Yeah, the game is really nicely poised, and you can see Pakistan here with Shadab Khan taking the pace off the ball with the leg spin, a huge wicket of Stokes, and also the bowlers now, the seamers, trying to take all the pace off. It looks like the majority, the stop ball is the slower ball now with the occasional faster delivery, so they're just trying to, I suppose, take the genuine pace off the ball, make England make the play now, and as England try and start this partnership, as many dot balls is going to be really important for Pakistan.
Halloween, here is Shadab over the wicket, and Vince flicking the wrists past the square leg umpire. The ball goes along the ground. Vince pushing hard for the second. The throw comes in. It's a good flat throw, but Rizwan hasn't taken it cleanly, and I think he's taken a blow to the knee. And he's rolled over in pain right in front of the stumps. Vince has made it back. 164 for 4. Rizwan's still on the ground. He's pulled the gloves off. And now the helmet's coming off. Oof. Yeah, right on the kneecap.
Yeah, if it's the side of the knee, that won't be pleasant. But great running again from England. That's actually, they started that, right from when Phil Salt, the intent from that first over, the running between the wickets has been excellent today. I think it took Pakistan a while to get going, but England have been, fantastic between the wickets.
Well, all the Pakistan players are now gathering around Rizwan, who's still on the ground, and he's not really writhing in pain, but he's shifting, almost doing a bit of a sort of caterpillar crawl on his back, just trying to get comfortable, and one knee is outstretched, the other one bent. Out comes the physio. Andy, what have you got for us?
Just a little conclusion on the head-to-head, the fascinating head-to-head between Shadab Khan and Ben Stokes. In the end, 18 runs from 11 balls, and Shadab had him dropped twice and then nicely caught by Rizwan. So 2 fours from drops, 18 runs from 11 balls. It was rather captivating cricket. Since that dismissal, Vince hit a boundary off the next ball, but there hasn't been a boundary in 18 balls since. As I mentioned earlier on, England had scored a boundary off at least one ball of 20 of the first 21 overs, but the last 2 overs have been a little quieter, but the run rate just 6.3 per over, just 6.2 per over now, as England made that fast start. They've kept it under control, so can consolidate for a while now.
Meanwhile, Rizwan's still on the ground receiving treatments. I don't know how he managed to not take that. It wasn't as if Vince was obstructing him. He just missed it, had the gloves there, but the ball ricocheted off the inside of his left knee and away.
Yeah, just whether it's skidded off one of the used pitches there or something. Obviously, you've got the bits where it's grass, and then there's quite a bit of bare where obviously the bowlers have landed, or the batters have batted in, where they just skidded off that and gathered pace. But you'd have expected him to get it somewhere in the gloves, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, this is the second time I think we've had Sweet Caroline, just to note, in the day, and it's taking everyone back to the European football tournament, of course. Here's the Hollies stand on their feet.
It's always a good sight, isn't it, when they're going, certainly from the players' point, when you're out in the middle and the Hollies is going. It's really is a great atmosphere to play in.
Nice to sit next to you, actually, on commentary here, because we were with each other at the start of the day, and I just said to Atif, I don't think I've sat next to Ian Bell since. But he's avoiding me. But, well, it's been an interesting game, hasn't it? The way that Babar particularly moved through his innings. The Pakistan innings was very, very slow to start with. England struck early, but then they struggled to get wickets, but Pakistan's scoring rate was slow, and they only had 35 runs off the power play, despite the loss of Fakhar Zaman. But then, yeah, the partnerships grew. They were able to string together a couple, and that was the key. 92 runs for the second wicket. That came off 127 balls. For the third wicket, with Babar and then Rizwan, 179 off 120 balls. I feel like I ought to pause and let the crowd talk for a moment. Has been missed, hasn't it, given that we had the entire summer last year without crowds. And Rizwan is now back on his feet. It looks like he's limping still a little bit. The physio's departing and the fielders are getting back into their positions. He's flexing his knees a little bit, ready to bob down behind the stumps again. But
that would be one of those tomorrow, I think. Waking up, it will stiffened up overnight as well, so he'll be I'm sure the adrenaline will get him through this innings.
Yeah. But yeah, that Pakistan innings had accelerated at the end. Brydon Carse taking a maiden fifer in one-day internationals, 5 for 61. But by then, the big damage had been done with Pakistan getting up and beyond the 300 mark. However, England out of the blocks so fast with a Phil Salt assault. We're going again. Vince forward, dropping it into the offside and running quickly for the single. And Shadab, ball in hand. 165 for 4, the target 332. So Simpson's there on 3, Vince 48 this after, yes, Phil Salt 37 off 22. Malan was the first man out, though, out for a 2-ball duck. A little nick, well, as he thought, to Rizwan. Replays show he didn't actually make contact, Malan, however he didn't review. Here's Shadab in, now it's struck on the pad or given out LBW. The appeal from Shadab and the finger goes up. Is Simpson going to review here?
It looked pretty good, didn't it? It looked straight, whether it just held, if it was the leg break. Looks like they are going to review it.
Yes, there comes the signal. The tee is made.
And this was always going to be, I thought, for England as well. I was amazed when Pakistan just kept going out at pace, while they didn't just change it up and ask the questions of the English middle order of how they're going to play the spin, make them make the play. And Shadab, actually, I know there was a real good contest between him and Stokes, but it was creating problems.
We've got a good stride in, but the ball's gone past the inside edge.
It doesn't look like there's any bat involved, but can we check that with Ultredge, please?
This is Richard Kettleborough, the TV umpire.
Ultredge coming up now. Keep it rolling through, please. Flat line, past the bat. OK, keep it rolling through, please. No bat involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, thank you.
It's in fact the back pad which has been struck first, I think. I think it's squeezed past the front pad. It's an excellent delivery.
Pitching outside.
It's a beautiful layer, just drifted in there, has it out,
the wickets.
sort of outside Simpson's off stump and then spun back. Not quite as much spin as what we saw from Parkinson earlier in the day, but there certainly has been some grip in this surface, which has been perfect for the wrist spinner.
Yep, spinning back to take out leg stump. It's got the Pakistan fans on their feet again. We talked about the difference between the England A team, the first team, and this squad is under pressure now. How deep is the batting? And they've lost Stokes. They've now lost Simpson. He's out for 3 from the 12 balls he's faced. And England are 165 for 5 in the 24th over. Still an awful lot of runs, 167 more needed. It's Lewis, Gregory, Craig Overton, Brydon, Carse, Saqib, Mahmood and Matt Parkinson to come, with Vince 2 away from a 50.
Yeah, and Vince has played well, but he's going to need a partner. They're going to have to get a partnership going and rotate the strike otherwise, again, with the amount of dot balls that are coming since Stokes got out. The pressure's just going to keep going up in that rate. I just wonder whether Pakistan now could actually bring in the left-arm spinner. She could nearly try and rush through a few overs, while the new batter, they're trying to get this partnership going. It's amazing with 2 spinners, you can just suddenly rush through 6 overs and then the rate's climbing all the time, because you wouldn't think England want to take too many risks right now. They just want to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Because the opposite happened at the beginning, didn't it, with the rate at which Phil Salt was scoring. It almost rattled Pakistan. Mistakes crept in the field, and before they knew it, runs were shooting up in very few overs.
It felt like the more runs were coming, the faster they were trying to bowl. We're actually here at Edgbaston, sometimes you want to go the other way, take the pace off the ball, and see a lot of time in spin here, people opening with spin or bowling spin, being brave enough to bowl spin in the power play, just to make someone like Phil Salt, who is he's got fast hands, but actually just change the tempo, ask some questions of him rather than just keep throwing pace on the ball.
So, Lewis Gregory facing up. Oh, he's beaten first up, and Rizwan tosses the ball up in the air. And there's a faux appeal. And a little bit of excitement from the crowd. They've got slip in place. Babar Azam, the captain, standing there himself immediately for the new batsman in Lewis Gregory. So there is just enough turn. That one beat the bat beautifully past the outside edge. He hoped it would have grazed the edge on the way through to the keeper. Shadab in again. Forward once more, makes contact between bat and ball. Still think Rizwan is limping a little bit. He's not overtly comfortable. I don't think a little bit of ice spray is going to sort that out.
A little bit of sympathy from everyone just to let him know rather than...
Struggling a little bit back here, boys. Shadab in, Gregory forward, defends, ball pops into the offside to complete a wicket taking over from Shadab. So he's picked up 2. England 165 for 5 after 24 overs, needing another 167 to win this match for the 3-match clean sweep. So that's quite a result for Ireland, wasn't it, against South Africa? Beating them.
Brilliant. I was saying, Ali, there, it'd be nice not to be able to talk about Bangalore anymore against Ireland, have another big test venue or big test country on their list, which they are a brilliant white ball side. They've got some dangerous players that we've seen in certainly domestic cricket. You know, they've got some real talent there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I noted that Andy Balbirnie made 100 in that match. The likes of Harry Tector made runs. It was Curtis Campbell who did damage against England in the bio bubble last summer. So they've got a really good crop of players, but also it's the fact that this is another 10 points that South Africa don't have in the World Cup qualification. So Ireland picking up 10 points there. They've played Afghanistan and the Netherlands, but only picked up 10 points out of the 60 that were on offer across those two. And imagine, just what they could do if they had picked up wins, across those series. But it does give real context and real vigour as the first ball of the new over from Shakeel, this is. Played out towards deep cover. Throw comes back in. Vince rehearses the stroke to cut more firmly. 166 for 5. I was in Bangalore that night. I mean, it was an extraordinary evening.
So there's some amazing striking in the game. I mean,
wrote Kevin O'Brien into history, didn't it? Folklore.
It was phenomenal. Not enjoyable on the field, but when you look back at it was some incredible striking.
Shakeel around the wicket, a little flatter that time, stroked off the back foot down towards long off, going through for 1. 167 for 5. It gets Gregory off the mark. And I've witnessed quite a few of Ireland's remarkable victories. The first, when they really leapt onto the map, was at the World Cup in 2007 when they beat Pakistan and knocked them out of the tournament.
So when England play...
Shakeel's a little straighter. Worked up towards long on for 1. That's a 50 for James Vince. 168 for 5 now. Vince, a half century off 45 balls. It's been a well-worked innings from him. His third 50 in one-day internationals for England.
Yeah, he's played really well. He always looks good on the eyes. Fine player to watch. He's got all the shots. So it'd be great now, I suppose, with the quality that England have in this format, is to go kick on and get 100.
He's off strike now, Vince, as Shakeel is in. Fights up one little more. Beats the man at mid-wicket diving. Down to long on for 1. Pick up and throw comes into the middle. Are you about to say I should no longer attend?
Well, I think maybe that's... England might be on the phone saying, please don't come to this game, yeah.
Bit of an omen. Yeah, the Pakistan game at Sabina Park was utterly remarkable. And I on a journalistic level, I followed them to their party as well at Ocho Rios. As Shakeel goes around the wicket, forward comes Vince, another single down to long off. So just turning over the strike in this Shakeel over. I needed to go, with my microphone, of course, to gather material, to be able to relay the sense of celebration to Test Match Special listeners after the event. No, they're a team that have achieved great things on the stage and working their way up to Test level as well. Huge progression for them, for the men's team. Forward, Gregory, another single to long off. Ticking it over.
Yeah, nice over, like just rotating the strike, but that's an over again, but one of the seamers maybe later doesn't have to bowl. So again, Pakistan now are just, again, giving them a little bit of insurance again, so the seamers don't have to, again, when the pressure comes from the back end, captain's got a little bit more wriggle room, and if you can get through a few of these spinners now, it's just going to keep ramping up the pressure, and obviously help the other bowlers out as well.
Just to recap that England innings so far, yes, Salt 37, Malan, a 2-ball duck, Crawley 39 off 34. Stokes had a number of lives. He was dropped. He was on 7 by Hasan Ali, a real sitter down at fine leg. It was off the bowling of Shadab, and Sohaib Maqsood a chance until he was caught behind attempting a sweep. But here's a firm pull shot, well in front of square, down towards wide, long on, and Afridi chasing it, won't get there. And there's Gregory standing tall. 175 for 5.
James Vince's third half century, as you said, 45 balls, 5 fours in that. His second in consecutive innings. He made a 50 in his first one-day international innings back in 2016, but none in the 13 innings after that, despite reaching 14 in 11 of those innings.
He'll be very pleased with his work here. Outside the off-stump, left alone by Gregory, and Shadab puts his hands on his head as if to say, well, that wasn't far from the stumps, but I think it was comfortably wide and really well judged in the end. Rizwan is still hopping around behind the stumps there, really not comfortable after the blow to his left knee. Babar Azam there at first slip to Gregory, the new batsman. He waits and Shadab in. He's driving out through the vacant cover region. The man in the deep takes the single. Former Pakistan all-rounder Azam Mahmood has slid in the seat alongside me. Well, wickets, they're coming, Azza. What's your feeling at the moment?
Yeah, one thing with this Pakistan lineup, bowling lineup, they have the habit of keep taking wickets, which is really good sign for Pakistan.
There's Vince off the back foot, another single out to the deep cover region.
Key here, Gregory, because these guys know how well he played for Somerset as well, and he had a good PSL as well, so he's a dangerous customer with Vincent as well. So
Shadab in, Gregory forward, bringing long on off the boundary. He's had a couple of spells in the PSL, hasn't he? Played for a couple of teams, rather, both at Peshawar Zalmi and Islamabad United. So he's had plenty of experience against a number of these players in opposition that have played alongside. Slip goes back to the edge of the circle now for Vince, who's on the drive, but only as far as short extra cover, down on one knee, and it's the end of another over. So with spin on at each end, we are starting to get through these overs a little quicker. 26 gone, 178 for 5 in pursuit of this target of 332 for England. But yeah, and James Vince, he has that sort of bogey figure, Andy, doesn't he, where he's often having, I guess, in the test arena is more so than in ODIs, or has he had a similar sort of glitch as he works through his innings in one days?
Across all 3 formats, he has struggled to convert promising early starts. I mean, one day, as this is his 16th innings, only 2 single-figure scores, the rest all 14 or more, but a highest of 56. He's been out 3 times in the mid-20s, another few times in the 30s. So this is perhaps an unexpected opportunity after he didn't take the chances he had in the World Cup when Jason Roy was injured to extend his international career.
Yep, and he's been looking in good touch as well. I mean, wonderful for Vince to move on and perhaps accelerate through this innings as well. Interestingly, Azza, looks as if there might be a change of keeper coming up. As Shakeel's in off the back foot, Gregory takes a single to long on. You can see Sarfraz Ahmed.
Yeah, he's ready.
Down on
he's
the boundary.
ready, but yeah, Rizzi is definitely struggling big time, but he's a fighter. He will stay in. Knowing him, like he was struggling in the PSL as well. So, but he was still in until the last ball bowled.
He's been hobbling ever since he was struck on the knee. Full, Vince forward. It's another one. If they can take 6 runs and over in singles through the spin and occasionally wait for a poor ball, then you won't really mind.
Vince is such a good player, like he's unfortunately whenever he gets some runs, he never convert those 50 into 100 or 30 into 50. And today is the day he needs to convert that one.
Here's Vince now, looking to work it towards long on. It's fielded this time, cut off. Gregory rather, who's on strike. Shakeel, a few paces up to the stumps, bowling his left arm spin around the wicket. Forward comes Gregory, presses right over the ball, smothers it back up the pitch and into the hands of the bowler. It was a scintillating knock from Rizwan earlier, 74 off 58 balls, really electrified the back end of the Pakistan innings. There's Shakeel, in again. Oh, and it's put down. Extra cover, getting one hand to it, Imam-ul-Haq, and then parrying it as if over the bar, football goal.
Oh my God, what are you guys doing? This is a third chance.
That's why we have you, Azza. We'd like you to say what you think.
That's as easy as you get. Come on.
Lobbed up, had no pace on it. Forward straighter along the ground past the bowler, tumbling to his right. Another one is picked up. Well, it's another let-off, I'm afraid. And Pakistan, from the start, have not been on it in the field. Yes, rattled by the pace at which Saud was scoring, but that was almost as if Imam was sort of frozen. Like he wasn't really alert to it coming to him.
No. At this level, a catch like this, you should be taking it. 10 out of 10. But not two-hand. He just got one-handed. I don't know why.
He just really lobbed off the face of the bat, as if Gregory's threw the shot too early. Well, it's a chance that should have gone to hand. Well, it did go to hand, but was put down. Now, here is the change of keeper. Rizwan is going off.
Yeah, he must be very sore.
He departs, having done his part with the bat in this game, but he's limping and hobbling. And Azza, I might have left it too late to bring Atif in here. We've got an over of spin. So let's just watch Shadab with these 6 balls, and Safra's keeping wicket for the first time here. Vince, a firm cover drive for 4. Now that is glorious. Vintage Vince. Along the ground from bat to boundary.
And that is now James Vince's highest one-day international score, beating the 56 he made 3 days ago at Lord's.
When he looks like this, he is $1 million.
Oh, what a shot that was. Look at the balance and everything under control. Played underneath his eyes.
Shadab in again, straighter, fielded. Extra cover this time. It's Imam, adjusts his cap. He's wearing 2 caps. I don't think that could be an excuse for shielding his vision of the ball coming to him in the previous over. However, he's got the bowler's cap on his head. Drop and run attempt by Vince, but thought better of it.
Sorry, that's not the reason to drop the catch. You know,
I'm being flippant.
You know, they were throughout the day, you know, like they were poor on the field. They were dropped 3 catches, misfield. They were not on, you know. I don't have the word to say it because, no, how frustrating is this?
In goes Shadab to Vince. He goes back, cuts, but that has been well fielded at backward point. And a tumbling stop. It's the captain to set a tone. He did a fine job, excellent job with the bat earlier in the day. But Babar now, I mean, he's got a role as captain as well, hasn't he, to lead the team on the field, to set that tone, to get everyone keyed up and have them tuned in.
Definitely. I think Sarfraz is here, so now ex-captain is here, so he might give some word to the fielders as well.
Shadab in, Vince driving once more into the ground, beats short extra cover. Long off is cutting it off in front of the rope as Vince comes back for the second. Had 3 fielders inside the rope on the offside and 2 on the on for Shadab over, and 1 more ball to come before its completion. Vince has moved on to 60 off 55 balls. It's been a fluent innings, some wonderful strokes unfurled by Vince, not least a cover drive in this over. Shadab a little flatter that time, then he defends into the offside. It's the end of the over. 188 for 5. England needing another 144 with 5 wickets in hand. And Vince, there's the huge hope for them. Azam, Mahmood, another few thoughts from you. And then in comes Atif Nawaz.
Good bowling from Shadab here. You know, he's been bowling well, dropped a couple of times on his bowling. So, but he's still pitching the ball up and turning both ways. So good to see him bowling well, pitching the ball up, not bowling drag downs, which we saw when Stokes was batting and he was bowling a bit short, but now he's settled, his nerves are settled, so he's bowling really well.
Saud, Shakeel to continue. Gregory on strike, back of a length, and Gregory pulls that to mid-wicket where there's been a stop. Fielding today, Azhar Mahmood, it's been very poor.
Yeah, very, very poor, you know. Majid would not be happy, the bowling coach, the fielding coach.
Short ball's been punched through the covers for a single. Now, for a while they had a chap called Steve Rickson working with them, the Pakistan team. Why did they let him go?
That's Pakistan cricket for you, the management, they always do that. But, fielding is all about attitude, like bowling, batting.
Shakeel in again. Now this one's been played uppishly over the covers. The sweeper and the point fielder will converge, and the batters will make it back for 2. Vince on to 62 now. England 191 for 5.
Fielding is all about attitude, you wanted to ball to come to you, and sometimes I see Pakistani players, they just get relaxed and they're not concentrating enough. Yes, I know it's 300 balls, but you have to concentrate. Each and every ball, it feel like it's coming to you.
Shakeel in again. The ball just driven back to him for no run. I'll bring you news from some surprising news from another cricket match around the world in a moment. As Shakeel's just at the top of his run. And he comes now. Short ball has been pulled by Vince. There is protection in the deep at mid-wicket. And a single will be taken. So, over the second one-day international in Dublin in Malahide, Ireland have beaten South Africa by 43 runs. That's their first ever win over South Africa in one-day international cricket. Congratulations to Team Ireland. They've taken a 1-0 lead in that series with one match to go, as the first was a washout. As the next ball from Shakeel has just been defended to point for no run. 29 overs gone in this England innings, 192 for 5 in pursuit of a target of 332. They're in the third Royal London ODI, live from Edgbaston here on TMS. And it's a reminder that highlights of today's game will be on BBC Two from 11:15 this evening. And if I was you, I'd watch it just to get a glimpse of that Babar Azam classic that we saw earlier today. His highest score in one-day international cricket, innings of the highest class. And I tell you what, if England somehow chase this 332 down, don't just watch it, record it. Pull out that VHS recorder and get a tape going. Here's a man with a VHS recorder, Andy Zaltzman.
When Babar was out, he'd scored 290 runs without being dismissed since he was last out on this ground in a one-day international, following a 30-odd against South Africa and that match-winning 101 against New Zealand in the World Cup, 158 today.
Can I trouble you, Andy, to pull out his average at Edgbaston? If he's played more than... I imagine he's played more than that.
I think it's just 4 games, so I think it's 149. Tidy.
Hasan Ali into the attack now. His next ball's just been worked down to mid-on by James Vince, and there's no run.
One thing, body language. Look at the body language. 5 wicket down, this is the 1 wicket, and then you get on to the all-rounders, Gregory is all-rounder, but he's a dangerous customer. But look at the body language, like the guys were jogging around rather than, just go and sit on where you want to field. So it was not looking great.
Hasan Ali storming in. Bowls a good length ball. It's been cut behind point by James Vince. And it's raced away to the boundary before. What a class shot that was. Vince moves on to 67 off 61 deliveries. While he's there, England certainly have a chance to make some history at Edgbaston today. 196 for 5.
What a shot that was. It wasn't that wide, You just lean on the back foot and hit through the gap through point.
Vince on strike. Hasan Ali back in again now. Another short ball outside off stump and smashed aerially this time by James Vince. But it beats that diving fielder at backward point, and another 4 runs as England's 200 comes up. 200 for 5 in 29.3 overs. James Vince has decided anything in his area, he's going after it.
Again, wide. Oh, it was too high from Imam, it was wide. Bad delivery from Hasan Ali. Needs to bowl straight, attack the stumps again. I keep saying this thing, It's not rocket science. You just need to bowl straight. Don't give any width.
In comes Hasan Ali now. This time he goes down the leg side, and that will be given a wide. It is indeed. They get some one closer. England now 201 for 5. Target is 332. They would have to break a record to chase this down here at Edgbaston and make some history and complete a 3-0 sweep against Pakistan. Do you believe it can happen? Get in touch with us at BBC TMS. Let us know. Now then, 201 for 5. Hasan Ali in short, and this time Vince just guides the ball down to third man for a single. And he's been so good today, Vince. He's got that aggressive touch. He can pound the ball through the covers. He can pull the ball into the leg side. He's got that deft touch through third man. I mean, he also had a great knock at the PSL as well. What did you make of the times you spent with James Vince, Azam?
Oh, he's been brilliant, like he's very easy on the eyes. He's got all the shot, all the timing, and he's a great player.
Hasan Ali in now. A bit fuller this time, and Gregory just pushes this towards the mid-wicket boundary. There's a fielder in pursuit. It'll be the guy from deep square leg who'll come in and get the ball back in to Surfraz, the substitute wicketkeeper.
Vinci is always, he's a good player. You get really good 20-30, and then he got throw his wicket away. Today is the time, he's batting it on highest run score in this ODI career, and now this is the time to convert this two-figure into three figures.
There'll be a lot of people who'll question James Vince's suitability for that first 11 England side. As Hasan Ali in, short and pulled to mid-wicket for no run. 30 overs gone in this England innings. 204 for 5. James Vince on 72 not out of 63 deliveries, and Lewis Gregory 14 of 19. There's a lot of people who question, whether Vince has the temperament to stay in that first 11, particularly in one-day cricket. T20 cricket, of course, has been very effective around the world, in the Big Bash and the PSL, the T20 Blast. But this is the opportunity, Azhar. If he can not just get himself to a big score, but guide England to a record-breaking win. I mean, there's no better way than shaking the attention of a selector, is there?
Oh, absolutely right. You absolutely nailed it. Yes, today is the day, where he can go and win the game for England. And, people want to see the opportunity, and he got that opportunity. And he's the player, he can take the game away from opposition. And he has all the ability, all the skills under his armory. He just needs to be a bit more concentration.
Yes, well, he's on strike now, and he's got Saud Shakeel to contend with. 204 for 5, England. Full ball from Shakeel. It's been pushed out to mid-wicket. Wide of the fielder. They'll want 2 here. But Fakhar Zaman is quickly onto the ball, and they settle for the single. 205 for 5 to 30.1 overs. Still a lot of cricket left to be played here, folks. Stick around. You might just catch a piece of history. In comes Saud Shakeel now. Back of a length and punched off the back foot by Gregory. Out to the extra cover boundary. It's Haris Rauf fielding out there. The batters managed to get back for 2. Good running by this pair.
Beautiful shot as well, he was quickly on his back foot. Hit through the cover area. Lovely batting.
Yes, we know Gregory can bat. As in comes Shakeel again. Full ball played defensively into the onside. Lewis Gregory, of course, man of the match in the game at Lords, the previous one-day international. He scored 40 of 47 deliveries and took 3 wickets for 44. A great all-round performance from him. Just showing a little bit of what he can do as well. As Saud Shakeel in now, short outside the off-stump and punched in front of the sweeper this time. He almost hit that a little bit too well, did Gregory, to come back for the second. In the end, they settled for 1. 208 for 5 now, England. And some great songs being played in the cricket stadium here at Edgbaston. Hats off to the DJ. Superb playlist. Absolute bangers. In comes Shadab as that ball's been knocked down to long on for a single. I noticed on your Instagram, Azhar, you were playing a few bangers of your own on the way up to Edgbaston. Some classic 90s Bollywood music.
Yes.
You favour a bit of that?
Yeah, I love that. And I download the new, the 90s song, and I was driving down with my missus, no kids around. So I thought, okay, it's the time for 90s music.
In comes Saud Shakeel. This time the ball's been punched uppishly down to long on for a single. I gathered from the stories your missus wasn't a big fan of the music you were choosing.
She used to love that when we were young, but maybe not now. Maybe now she has to look after 3 kids here.
Yeah, it's hard to get
she
into
might change her
Kishore
taste.
Kumar and Mohammad Rafi. Well, England are 210 for 5 after 31 overs. They're chasing 331. If they can reach 332, they will record the highest ever one-day international run chase at Edgbaston. And more importantly, they will complete a 3-0 sweep against Pakistan and record 10 more points in the ICC ODI World Cup Super League. All but guaranteed qualification in that. Now then, in comes Hasan Ali. And that ball takes an outside edge, but thick enough to go down to third man for a single. 211 for 5. Gregory and Vince. You've got to say, Azhar, the last pair, I mean, no, we saw Brydon Carse back quite well at Lord's as well, but really the bulk of these runs have to come from this pair.
Yeah, definitely, because these two guys are experienced and most experienced player in this side. If you see Gregory, brilliant Somerset cricketer, and Vince as well.
In comes Hasan Ali, short this time and pulled by James Vince. There is protection at deep backward square leg. Faheem Ashraf gets the ball back in. Single taken. 212 for 5.
You know, the last ball Hasan Ali bowled, attacking the stump. That's the line. When he bowls that line and mixes up with the bouncer, that's where he's most dangerous. I think he needs to bowl, attack the stumps.
Yes, well.
And pace off is the key thing against Vince as well.
Haven't varied their pace much today of the Pakistani bowlers. Hasan Ali in once again. And this time, Gregory all the way behind that in defence. And the quick ball from Hasan Ali, 86 miles per hour. England 2-1-2 for 5. The target, remember, is 3-3-2. Andy Zaltzman?
Well, Lewis Gregory in List A cricket, so that's all one-day cricket, sort of county level and above, including one-day internationals. There's a decent record with the bat for a lower-order batsman, averaging 24. Good strike rate, fractionally under a run a ball, and his stats have been improving over the last 3 or 4 seasons as well.
In comes Hasan Ali now, short outside the off stump. The ball's been pushed to extra cover for no run. And,
he's been a good finisher, saw him in Big Bash, PSL as well, in county circuit as well. So he's a good finisher. He knows how to play in these conditions and these time, how to build the innings here and, take the game away from opposition.
Yes, well, the stage is set for Lewis Gregory as well to back up that performance at Lord's with another one here at Edgbaston. In comes Hasan Ali, thick inside edge, nearly onto the stumps, and then in the end really well taken by Sarfraz Ahmed behind the stumps. Remember, Sarfraz Ahmed on for Mohammad Rizwan, who sustained a nasty looking injury as the ball ricocheted into both of his kneecaps.
Yeah, that was awkward throw from Rauf. And poor Rizwan got hit on the both knees, there's no pad, there's no protection.
Yeah, just inside the little flap, the pad flap. 212 for 5. Hasan Ali now in once again, back of a length, pulled by Gregory out to deep backward square leg, and the batters will take a single. That's the end of 32 overs of this innings. 213 for 5. England just building a little partnership here. Vince on 75 of 66, Gregory on 20 of 28. Can they do this for England?
The partnership is now 48 from 51 balls.
And there we go, 2 shy of a 50 partnership. And we keep talking about this opportunity, Azhar, but
almost run a ball, Partnership almost run a ball. So they keep taking singles. They're putting pressure on the bowling line, and it's not be easy for Pakistan to walk through this game. But they need 1 wicket, and then maybe the water now, and then maybe a few heads come around and say, okay, guys, we are 1 wicket away of winning this game.
Yeah, well, the players are going to take drinks now and take a little moment to think about tactically what the next best move is. England thinking about that target, 332. It's not out of reach, not by any means, particularly with James Vince at the crease, ably being supported by Lewis Gregory. Can England do it? Make some history in Edgbaston today. A huge crowd awaits what will surely be a thrilling finale. After a few more thoughts from you, Azhar, you're going to be joined by Charles Dagnall.
I'm really impressed with Vince today, the way he batted today. He's full control. He plays some beautiful shot, pick the length up, play some pull shot, and his signature cover drive is brilliant. He's looks so easy on the eye, and he's a great timer of the cricket ball. And my friend is here, Charles.
I thought you were talking about me for a moment there, Azhar.
Yes.
You know. Well, it's nice to take a little pause before the final act in what has been a thoroughly entertaining day's cricket. England 213 for 5 in pursuit of 332 to win, so another 119 more runs to win. Well, just over a run a ball, but it's all very well saying, well, just go at ones and 1 and over, it's dead, 6 and over, dead easy. It's not just as easy as that, picking it off. You have a couple of overs of 3 or 4 and over, and that rate starts to build a little bit and a bit of panic sets in. So James Vince holds the key for England. He's 75 not out. He's played beautifully, and in partnership with Lewis Gregory, who's played nicely too. 20 from 28 deliveries. So the sun still blazing the Hollies stand to my right hand side, people just stretching the legs, getting a little bit of an opportunity to refresh their pint glasses. I'm sure many have been down this afternoon. The shadows starting to creep across the outfield here at Edgbaston, and our friend the buggy cam, the remote-controlled camera, is a wonderful bit of kit. That is just whirring away to our left-hand side across the outfield. Into the shade he goes towards the members section, and we're almost ready to get back underway. Beautiful blue sky above us, the floodlights on, but the natural light is still dominant at Edgbaston. 213 for 5. Shakeel it will be.
Shaheen Shah Afridi replacing.
Oh, sorry, do you know what? It's just changed on the score. I was reading the scoreboard. I should have trusted my eyes as a...
Oh, your eyes is beautiful. You can see quite far, eh?
Beautiful eyes. Thank you.
I spent a lot of time with Mushtaq Ahmed, you know, when I say anything about that, he said, you got a beautiful eyes and, you know, you are the right man for the job. And you know, Mushtaq Ahmed.
He was a beauty, was Mushtaq. I remember batting against him against Sussex. And Dougie Brown, dear old Dougie, he used to play for Warwickshire. You'll have had plenty of tussle. Yeah. And he said, Mushtaq, just watch the ball out of the hand. You can see it spinning. I'm like, this is Mushtaq Ahmed. He's got 1 million first-class wickets and he's bowling at me at number 10. No chance. Here we go. We're back underway. Shaheen Shah Afridi, left arm quick, over the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls, and it's defended by Gregory, out into the offside. I always felt for batsmen who were at the crease, ready, set, and then the tail end would come in and say, ooh, you might want to watch for this and watch. There's a reason we bat 10.
Absolutely.
And it's not necessarily picking mushies googly. Shaheen Shah Afridi, number 40 on his back. Lovely rhythmic run up and heaves the ball down. It's pulled away by Gregory out towards deep backward square. Fakhar Zaman in those bright lime green boots of his scurries round to do the fielding, keeps it to 1, 214 for 5. Where is Mushy at the moment? He used to be spin bowling coach with England.
Yes,
What's he up to?
He's with Pakistan Cricket Board as well. He was spin bowling coach of Multan Sultan, so I spent a lot of time with him.
What a cricketer.
Wow,
what
amazing,
a cricketer.
Amazing. What a man as well. So Shaheen Shah Afridi has been expensive today, but he has the ability to take wickets.
Yeah.
And this is a crucial time for him. The 2 overs, if he can get 1 wicket here to give Pakistan a chance.
Close to the stump, short ball pulled away dismissively by Vince, and it bounces awkwardly in front of Fakhar Zaman. Vince wants the second run. He's going to have to be quick, and he is. He is rapid between the sticks, is James Vince, and that little bobble from Fakhar Zaman out at deep backward square allowed him to get through for the second. 216 for 5. It was, to be fair, awkward for Fakhar out there.
Yeah,
he was going to his wrong side, wasn't he?
It was difficult for him, but you know, Pakistan fielding was poor today, and they were not sharp today. Dropped 3 catches as well. Now this is the time, you know, they need to come a bit more sharper.
Shaheen Shah Afridi away from us, bowls full, and an elegant looking drive from Vince only finds Imam at extra cover. Lovely thick dense crop of hair on the top of Shaheen Shah Afridi, much like Andy Saltzman next to me, from the middle of the head backwards.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, middle, I'll take middle.
Middle parting.
Yeah, my centre parting is, well, very wide. That too brought up a 50 partnership in exactly 9 overs.
Thank you, sir. Shaheen Shah Afridi, black wristbands on the forearms, bowls, and slightly open-looking drive from Vince, and he pivots on his back foot in a little bit of annoyance. He didn't manage to squeeze that through a gap. Finds the fielder, and it remains 216 for 5. I'm a big fan of Shaheen Shah Afridi. I think he's a fabulous young bowler. Much to learn, of course, in
he's
the
been
international game, but
you know, he came to me as a young bowler, and now seeing he's leading the attack, Pakistan cricket with all three formats, which is brilliant to see.
over the wicket he comes, and that's cut away by Vince, high on the back, but it goes down, charging down towards third man. He wants a second run, and he's going to get it again. It's brilliant running from James Vince, and that's the critical thing. If you're not going to pick up boundaries, converting ones into twos into threes, it's such a valuable commodity in the short form of the game. End of the 33rd over to 18 for 5.
Brilliant running between the wicket with these two, you know, like this is the thing, you know, like when you can't get the boundary and you get, you know, move the ball around and, you know, get single and double and convert those 1 into 2 and 2 into 3, and that's come to fitness and mindset and awareness of the game as well.
Well, don't forget, if you are with us, 5 Live Sports Extra, Radio 4 Longwave, it's great to have your company this Tuesday evening. The voice you heard of that, the former Pakistan and Surrey all-rounder Azam Mahmood, along with Lee Charles Dagnall, Andy Saltzman, Ali Mitchell just behind us in the box, tapping away and bopping along to the music. We're having a good time, enjoying ourselves here, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage too. Anything you may have missed, you can catch up on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website. Check out Matt Parkinson's delivery as Haris Rauf is back into the attack, and that surprises Lewis Gregory. His first delivery, just squirting it out into the offside, and there is no run. So yes, check out Matt Parkinson's delivery. Some scintillating stroke play from Mohammad Rizwan, and especially Babar Azam. And highlights on BBC Two at 11:15 tonight. Anything you may have missed. What have you spotted, Azza?
Acknowledged from the bowling coach, Fakhar.
He was quite good as well. Here comes a drive from Lewis Gregory. He takes the bottom hand off the bat as he flays it away through the offside, this time to the strong side of Fakhar Zaman, but no chance of cutting off the second run. And it's 219 for 5.
Nothing wrong with the last delivery, you know, it was a good shot. It wasn't that wide, but he managed to bat on the ball and get 2 runs. That's a good batting. That's the clever batting from Gregory.
He's a good cricketer.
Very, very good cricketer.
Seen many a tidy performance from him in Somerset colours as the short delivery is pulled away and almost squeezes past Sohaib Maqsood. It was a questionable bit of fielding, but he managed to stop it, and that's the most important thing. Whether it was by hand or boot, I'm not sure.
He's not most agile fielder from Pakistan, but he's slow. But in the end, you know, managed to stop that delivery. Ball, sorry.
I'm wondering if mid-on's the spot for him. Anyway, Haris Rauf scurries in, bowls, and that's beautifully played by Lewis Gregory. He finds the route through mid-wicket and past Sohaib, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4. That is a classic pickup through the leg side, all along the carpet, in England 224 for 5.
Wow, what a shot that was. You know, nothing wrong with the delivery. Just opened the face of the bat and went through mid-wicket. Great chip.
Andy?
Oh, just a little more on Babar Azam after this ball from Haris Rauf.
Towards us he comes. Shuffly type of run-up. He sort of hardly gets his feet off the turf as he runs towards us, defended by Gregory.
Talked about his consistency. In his last 23 one-day international innings, 1,507 runs at an average of 71 and a strike rate of 99, 607 other 50s in that time. Only one player has scored 1,500 runs in fewer innings in ODI cricket, and that's Virat Kohli.
It's not a bad class to be in, is it? Rauf. And Gregory gets in a bit of a tangle, just angling towards his front pad, and the thickish inside edge squirts against that pad and out into the offside, and it is the end of the over. 224 for 5, so England require 108 to win from 96 balls, and there are 16 overs remaining. Vince is 79, Gregory is 27. This is bubbling up nicely as a penguin, a pelican, someone dressed as a duck. I think it's a duck. Someone dressed up as a duck is... It's a seagull. Thank you very much, Henry Moran, our producer at the back of the box. Of course it's a seagull. How on earth could I have been so stupid? Anyway, he's been flapping around in the Holly stand. He's found his way back to his perch. Probably off scavenging some chips or something like that. 2:24 for 5. Azam Mahmood leaves us, soon to be joined by Ebony Rain for Brent. As Shaheen Afridi's going to change the angle here. He's going to come round the wicket, mid-off and mid-on, up inside the circle. Deep point, third man. Fine leg, deep square for Shaheen Shah. He hides himself behind on by Illingworth before coming in and cut away close to his body from James Vince. Again, he sets off as though he wants the second, but this time Pakistan alert to the danger. And they just pick up one. Vince into the 80s. 80 not out, 2:25 for 5. And good afternoon, Ebs.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Game on.
Yeah, very much so. Now the Hollies are enjoying their jollies at the moment. I think there's a man with many beer canisters stacked up. Maybe a big snake going to form as Gregory plays this next Shaheen Shah Afridi delivery off the body. Out towards backward square, and he'll pick up a single. And see on our screens the figure of Ashley Giles, hero around these parts. Big Ash for Warwickshire and for England as well. Now the England director of cricket.
There's another one.
Alongside Jonathan Trott. Full of bears.
They're everywhere.
They are. Dear Alan Richardson, who's come in to do some bowling coaching, former bear for England as Afridi bowls, and that's pulled away awkwardly, heaved really by James Vince out to Fakhar Zaman at deep cover, deep mid wicket for a single. England 2:27 for 5. Ian Bell, myself,
Yeah.
former Bears.
Have you got all the
Everywhere.
stash? Have you got it, all the old
It
gear
was
hanging
lovely,
somewhere?
actually. We were a couple of years back. It was a celebration of the 125th year, I think it was, of Warwickshire cricket.
Was your 125th? You're doing all right, Douglas.
Well, you know, not bad. But they had a huge dinner, which myself and Nick Knight couldn't make, as Shaheen Shah Afridi bowls round the wicket, and it's played off the thigh pad of Lewis Gregory down towards fine leg, and there might be a second run available, and there is, and it's a poor piece of fielding down there. I think it's Harris Rauf. And the hands on the hips from Babar Azam says it all. The captain has allowed a second run there. Very alert from Lewis Gregory for that second. There should have only have been one. 2:29 for 5 as we see Alan Richardson on our screens to our left-hand side, my Bezzy. And yeah, we had there was a nice dinner which we didn't get to go to because we were working. But the very next day, in front of about 15,000, they presented us with Warwickshire caps as Afridi bowls a short delivery, swatted away for 6. What a shot that is from Lewis Gregory. Almost like an overhead smash in tennis. Worth trying from Shaheen Shah Afridi. I don't think he'll be trying too many more, because that's gone many a mile to the deep backward square boundary for 6. And England 2:35 for 5.
That's a good old-fashioned Bosch, isn't it? He's come around the wicket, so with the angle coming into the right-hander, he just saw it early and then helped it on its way. What a connection. Went the distance.
So 2:35 for 5. Gregory to 34 not out. 57 conceded off his 6.5 overs for Shaheen Shah. What's his response? It's to bowl on a length, and that has been slapped by Lewis Gregory. I think he's in the mood now. Only as far as Hasan Ali at mid-on, and there is no run. So 2:35 for 5, 97 required from 90 balls. So yeah, in front of 15,000, it was quite. I was quite choked up because, you know, I didn't have a huge career at Warwickshire, but to be acknowledged that way, you got a numbered cap, you know, one of those caps with the little tassel coming off the middle, and just a nice touch. Doesn't take a lot for Warwickshire to sort of mark that as a club, as one of the players. Although I can't remember what number I was. I think I was 440 or something to play for Warwickshire. And
Have you got them? So I've got my Surrey and England cap hanging up next to a shirt. Have you done the whole little
sort of
little display, mini display with the memorabilia?
Yes, the the wall. Here's Harris Rauf. Back of a length outside of the off stump from the city end. Played outside to deep extra cover for a single.
Don't know
Vince moves to 82. Gregory.
I don't know about wall daggers.
No, just a little.
Just a little.
No, I've got some shirts that need framing.
Yeah.
I quite fancy
Get on
doing
Amazon.
that.
There's a little cheapo number that I did. Knocked up a shirt in.
Oh,
Do you
really?
know,
I
back
thought
in
you
the
were
day,
telling
you'd
me
have
to
to
put my
send.
shirts on
No,
Amazon.
back in the day, you had to send your shirt to a pro.
Rauf bowls and driven by Gregory straight back to the bowler. Fields well. And there is no run.
Yeah, no, that you can get a good old, you have to pin a few things and stitch a few things, but it looks...
In a frame.
Yeah.
Should point out that other tropical rainforests are also available.
Well, let's be honest, they're not as good. 236 for 5. Oh, my dear, it's just nice to mark those little things. You know in your mind you did it, but Rauf bowls a slower delivery, and Gregory plays that very nicely down towards third man. Hasan Ali slides on his knees to field to his right-hand side, but not before England pick up 2. 238 for 5, Andy.
We talked in the phases of Pakistan's innings, the number of dot balls early on, the number of scoring shots later on. Through England's innings, there hasn't been an over in which England have scored fewer than 2 scoring shots. There's been at least 2 runs every over, at least 2 scoring shots every over. So Pakistan unable to string any dot balls and pressure together.
Rauf towards us. Oh, big swing and a miss, and that's not missed the off stump by much. The hands on the head of Harris Rauf suggest the same, and Lewis Gregory has a wry smile on his face. That was a little bit of a hack across the line. 238 for 5.
That was a good old waff, wasn't it? It was skiddy, actually, from Rauf. And just a little bit off the surface, just tailed back in as well, which because his head was up in the air looking for the big shot, just didn't read the little cues. Got lucky.
Rauf. Sun's just popped behind a cloud, bowls all around middle and leg, and Gregory has to forcefully defend out to mid-wicket. What is nice is I'm a member of a WhatsApp group called Once a Bear, Always a Bear, and it was set up by Alan Donald. And you get all sorts of messages coming. They're talking about penalty takers and all that sort of stuff at the moment, but just to be part of that little group, all sorts are on there. Dermot Reeve and Tim Munton, Gladstone Small, all of those people. There's Rauf bowls, and that's hammered away by Lewis Gregory through the onside. Anything fractionally short is going to sit up and get walloped through the onside, and Gregory is playing a very good hand. 40 not out of 45 deliveries. End of the over, 14 remain, 90 to win, and England are 242 for 5.
Almost similar figures for his last game, 40 or 45 at the moment, 40 or 47 in the last, and like you say, just looks very organised. He's that sort of player anyway. He's captain, he takes responsibility, an all-rounder, and just looks so assured at the crease at the moment. Hasn't been flustered by the scenario. So going nicely, going very, very nicely.
Bit of AC/DC rocking around.
Is this you, is it?
Oh, yes. Bit of 3-chord magic. Getting the hollies rocking.
You need that, the sign, the rock sign with the hands.
The sort of 2 fingers outstretched. A few moshers in the holly stand, which I'm sure will shake all night long if England win. That would have been great had they played the actual chorus.
It was close.
Anyway.
It's coming.
Faheem Ashraf back on from the pavilion end. 41 on his back. Sets off. Slightly angled run, and this is a slower delivery, and James Vince was ready to go up and over extra cover, and he just checked his shot because held it back, did Ashraf, and just played it out into the offside. Little cutter squeezed out of the hand. Just see James Vince shaping up. This mid-on and mid-off is up inside the circle. Extra cover backward point mid-wicket. Inside the 30-yard circle, there is a deep point, third man, fine leg, deep square. Ashraf away from us, down the pitch, and another slower delivery, well bowled. Saw the advancing James Vince. Vince was looking leg side, and yet again, he held the ball back, and now there might be a change in the field.
You can see what he's thinking, isn't it? The ring down the ground is up. So if he can plink it over the top, whether it's mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, that whole region, there's so much space. So he danced down and then well read in the end with the slower ball.
That was a really good piece of bowling from Faheem Ashraf. It takes quite a lot when you just need a little indicator from a batsman to see if he's going to be moving leg side, offside, if he's coming towards you. And the ability to change the ball at the last moment, incredible. There is no field change. Ashraf bowls a short delivery, pulled round the corner down towards deep backward square. Long leg, really, as the single is taken from Vince. He moves to 83. Played magnificently, the Hampshire man. And now it's Somerset on strike as Gregory. 40 from 45 deliveries. One or two stewards are patrolling the Holly stand in their yellow bibs. Maybe they're on beach ball alert. Faheem Ashraf, the sun goes back in. Bowls, and this has been clubbed across the line into space by Lewis Gregory. Now, has it enough to go all the way? No. Fakhar Zaman fields running round from deep mid-wicket, and it'll be 2 to England. 2:45 for 5, 87 to win from 80 deliveries.
You can see they're just trying to take them on in that sort of wide V area.
Yeah.
Anything from extra cover through to mid-wicket. If you can shuffle down or just get it up and over, could be ugly, but it's a boundary on it.
Absolutely right. Good spot from you. That's the space. That's hence why James Vince was looking to try and launch the ball over extra cover before, and Faheem Ashraf, with his clever change of pace, denied him that opportunity. Long on has gone back. Fine leg has come up. Ashraf, long strides as he comes into bowl to Gregory, who drives straight into the turf and back to the bowler.
And the singing's up, isn't it?
It is. Well, it's a good game. It's a tense game. We've longed for a little bit of drama in one-day international cricket this year. And it looks as though Edgbaston is providing it. The sun gets lower, the shadows creep ever slowly across this Edgbaston outfield, which looks resplendent as Ashraf bowls, and that's clubbed across the line for 4. Don't bother running. Couple of bounces, into the rope it goes, and it's almost as though Lewis Gregory was waiting for it to be in his arc, and he put it away, and he moves to 46. England 249 for 5, 83 from 78 deliveries. 13 overs remain. Vince is 83, Gregory 46, 249 for 5, Ebony Rain for Brent, and then Allison. In fact, Andy Saltzman, Ebony Rain for Brent, and then Alison Mitchell.
The partnership is now 84 from 13.5 overs. It's now the joint second best for England's 6th wicket against Pakistan. The best was Owen Morgan and Luke Wright back in 2010 at the Oval. They added 98 in a similar kind of situation there. It came in at 103 for 5, chasing about 240. Took England to 201 for 5 before Umar Gul ran through the lower middle order, and Pakistan won a nail-biter by 23 runs. Similar situation here.
It's set up, Ebbs, isn't it? It is an exciting finale to this one-day international. Vince on strike on 83. Shadab Khan in. Vince driving along the ground. Long off is there. Skips across to his left-hand side to field.
That's now James Vince's highest score for England in any format. In his 50th innings, he's overtaken the 83 he made in the opening innings of the Ashes in November 2017. A superb innings ending in an agonising run-out. So this now is highest in all formats for England.
And it was played very, very well. Gregory is nearing a milestone as well with 46 not outs. That becomes 47 behind square on the onside. As shadows lengthen across Edgbaston, those in the Holly stand have the sun fully in their eyes, but they don't care. They're singing, they're soaking up the sun, they're soaking up the atmosphere, and they're soaking up brilliant displays. England have gone past the 250 mark, 251 for 5. Shadab Khan in. A low, strong sweep by James Vince. Could be 4. Fielder trying to cut it off. Won't get there. 4 more for James Vince. He's really unfurling the shots. Well executed. 255 for 5. Vince 88.
Yeah, well played as well. Shadab Khan, who arguably is one of the bigger threats and He just picked it up early, made his mind up that he was going to clear that front leg. Didn't get it as flush as he would like, just rolled the wrist and ended up getting enough, but the placement was key. He knew exactly where he wanted it, in front.
But what he really wants is 100 if he can get to 3 figures here, Ebony. It's already his one-day career best. As Andy said, it's his best in all formats now for England. And he looks behind him, sees that short fine leg is inside the circle. Still a fielder on the deep mid-wicket boundary as Shadab is in. He rocks back, cuts. It's a thickish outside edge. It's gone to short third. Thought about setting off for singles if he wasn't quite sure where the ball had gone, and then thought better of it and retreated. Backward point in place. Imam-ul-Haq is an extra cover. He didn't hang on to a catch earlier. As Vince is now looking to sweep again. Turns it around the corner short. Third man is there. Tends to throw back in. Sorry, from short fine leg. Sarfraz over the stumps, but Gregory has made it home. Not too much alarm. But Vince, a slight hesitation as to whether going for single. There was a juggle though. I reckon if that had been a clean pickup, Ebbs would have been in trouble.
Yeah, you could just see he was running around to his right and actually had it okay, but then just fumbled. If you'd got it in and out clean, that would have been a lot tighter.
Harris Rauf, that was. The long lengthening shadow beneath his feet. The bails have been replaced by the umpire, the Zing bails, and Sarfraz Ahmed, the standing keeper, because Rizwan went off and struck a blow by the ball on his knee. Firm throw in from the field and didn't take it cleanly. Here's Gregory driving only as far as Imam-ul-Haq at extra cover to end the over. 256 for 5, 76 needed from 72 balls, but a game within a game as well to see if James Vince, who's 89 not out, can bring up 3 figures for the first time for England. But there's also a record run chase to be had if they can get to the 332 mark and make it a clean sweep over Pakistan, which would be a remarkable achievement given the circumstances, given the COVID isolation of the first team. They really have performed very well.
Yeah, I just wonder as well if it's been because of it's not like something that you've had to build up to. The pressure wasn't there to expect to deliver. It all kind of happened in a bit of a whirlwind. They just look relaxed since they come in as a whole unit. Everyone seems to have found a way to deliver at different points, whether it's Carse today or whether it's Saqib, Mahmood, or whether it's Vince. And everyone's had a really good run out, really, and I wonder if that just quick nature of you haven't really got time, there's nothing to lose, let's just go out there and express themselves. It seems like they're doing just that.
Pressure seems off, doesn't it? So that felt like a summer festival in the stands just then. With the music playing, Hasan Ali racing in from the pavilion end into Vince, looking to drive. It's inside half of the bat to mid-wicket and no run. I think never mind nightclubs reopening after next week. This is like a day club with the stands and the music then. People dancing, bouncing up and down in high spirits, an inflatable palm tree. Could have been anywhere. Ibiza, maybe.
With that inflatable palm tree, that is all you need.
Yeah.
Someone screaming La Bamba in your ear.
When no one's been abroad for 2 years, that's all they need. Vince facing up on 89, advancing, driving. Mid-on picks up, throws towards the striker's end. Sarfraz is still way behind the stumps. A very theatrical attempt at a stop from Hasan Ali. Almost did a cartwheel as he tumbled across to his left-hand side. 75 needed off 70. Vince is up to 90.
It feels like it's getting urgent now for Babar Azam. They're having a long chat, talking with the bowlers. 75 from 70 in the modern game is a walk in the park, really. It's got to be wickets now. I feel like Shadab Khan might be the best option. He's got the variation of pace.
This is the seventh over from Hasan Ali. And now to Gregory, who's on 47. Hooks it down the ground to mid-on. Going quickly, the shot. The stumps needs to hit. It doesn't, but I think he would have been actually OK. On to 48. Now is Lewis Gregory. I mean, Vince's is the wicket they really want, but Gregory has been batting with real composure, and 48 off 51, scoring at a very good rate as well. Craig Overton, Brydon, Carse, remember, he and Gregory put on a stand of 69 for the 8th wicket at Lord's. So they can bat in partnership together, and it's not as if one wicket now bursted open for Pakistan. Hasan Ali in again, bit of width, smeared over the leg side, doesn't drop. It drops just in front of mid-on. The crowd, I think, thought it might have carried, but it didn't. A moment of excitement off the bat, and the first time in a while Vince not completely in control. And rehearses the shot. Almost like he tried to roll his wrists, almost as if it was a half pull, half drive and caught in two minds. Faheem Ashraf there at mid-on, gathered it, prevented a run. Vince just glanced towards deep square leg. Notice there's a fielder on the boundary in front of the Holly stand. Here's Hasan Ali. He's made some room. He smears it out through backward points. It's 4 more. Now that is excellent batting from James Vince. He created some room and he struck that with utter command. 262 for 5.
Yeah, not only created some room, generated some pace by just shuffling down, so ended up meeting the ball, and both the angle and the power into the ball just made that race away on this quick outfield. That's really good one-day batting, isn't it? If the bowlers thinks they've got the money on you, you just adjust.
Vince is on 94 now, full and straight. Well bowled by Hasan Ali. It's a dot ball back up the pitch, looking for a Yorker length. Vince digging it out. End of the over. 70 needed off 66 with 5 England wickets in hand and 2 batsmen well set. They came together with 165 runs on the board, so they're nearing a 100 partnership themselves, and Pakistan are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, they've added to that with the drop catches, you know, with the whole game, and they've basically given themselves the best chance of putting runs on the board. If they would have kept things tight in the field in those key moments, you feel that they could have had a breakthrough.
Constant flow of boundaries from Pakistan's seamers.
As Shadab continues and Gregory rocks back and a single out through the vacant cover region out to the deep.
They bowled 27 overs between them and conceded 28 boundaries. Shaheen has conceded 9 boundaries in 7 overs. Hasan Ali 6 in 7. Harris Rauf 8 in 7 and Faheem Ashraf 5 in 6. So none of their seamers have been able to exert any kind of pressure.
Yeah, it's that inability to string dot balls together as Shadab Khan is in. Just came in on Vince a little quicker to mid-on and no run. If you want to see any of these James Vince shots that has got him up to 94 not out at the moment, the highlights will be on BBC 2 from 11:15 this evening as Shadab Khan is in again. Vince launches him down the ground. It's aerial, but it drops safe in front of long off. He fields, sends the ball back into the middle. It's only the single. And some applause from Sarfraz Ahmed. Now he's 34 years of age, Sarfraz Ahmed, still going, isn't he? And called into action now with injury to Rizwan, but he played an ODI against South Africa in Centurion in April. Shadab Khan is in and Gregory whips this through the onside. It's the half century for Lewis Gregory as he comes back for 2. Listen to Edgbaston now. It's another landmark for another England cricketer. 50 for Lewis Gregory, raising his bat. Edgbaston on their feet in the evening sunshine.
What a moment for him. And he looks, it's a muted celebration. It still looks like he's going about his business. He wants to get over this line and make this a meaningful performance.
In a very business-like half-century. That's off the outside edge of the bat. It won't be a single. He looked to set off, then came back because Harris Rauf is there on the edge of the circle at short third. The umpires going to have to come in to replace the bails now. 66 needed from 61. He's done a really fine job in partnership with Vince.
He's come in at tricky times in both games, really, and just steadied the ship, the partnership in the previous game with Carse, and then today this partnership just calmed everything down, really. And the rotation of strike, picked smart boundaries, put the bad balls away.
But 2 for Gregory's 50 also brought up the 100 partnership, 101 now in 16.1 overs. They reached it, Gregory's half century, from 53 balls with a 6 and 4 fours.
The delay is because umpires actually called for replay just to make sure there wasn't a run out there. I think Pakistan perhaps questioning as to whether Gregory had grounded his bat before the throw came in, but he had.
Home. Foot was down, bat was down. It's one of those ones where, like, come on, guys.
Yep, let's move it on. Not out, comes up on the big screen. And ready to go again. Gregory 51 not out, or 54. Down the leg side, swung away, past short fine leg. This will be 4. I'm afraid that's loose from Shadab Khan, and England are now 270 for 5, 62 needed off just 60.
That looked like a tire ball, didn't it? It's one of those ones where you're most probably wanting the wicket, so you're pushing the ball a little bit. You're getting to the 9th over, and your body's feeling it as well. You just drag it down, and it was easy to be helped along the way. So it feels at the moment pretty obvious, the result. I'm not saying it's that way. We know sport has all sorts of twists and turns, but England just looks so assured and calm at the crease. The wicket is playing beautifully. If anything, as it gets a little bit darker, if there's any dew, it will come onto the bat even nicer. So it's set nicely for these two.
It's a day that has not been short on entertainment, has it? The runs that were scored by Pakistan, the 158 from Babar off 139 balls, where he accelerated through that innings. Rizwan then joining him late on, 74 off 58. Then a cluster of wickets falling at the end of the innings, and Brydon Carse picking up a fifer. And then England and Phil Salt setting about this run chase, now picked up by James Vince, who's slashing at one outside the off stump, and it's through to the keeper. Oh, he might just take a few breaths here. He's on 95. Do not give it away now, he'll be saying to himself. These moments. He'll be feeling the pressure. There's a personal milestone, but there's still a match to be won, and he knows that their partnership has been crucial so far in getting England to this point. Yes, Phil Salt got them underway, 37 off 22 after Malan was out for a duck. Crawley had 39, he batted well. Vince on 95 is driving, setting off very quickly to the single to mid-on. Throw comes in, misses. It's backed up. It's gone quite a long way, halfway to the boundary. But no chance of no danger of England grabbing another run. 61 needed off 58. So even then, just the drop and run, taking a single to the fielder, putting Pakistan under pressure, knowing that they've been loose in the field today.
Yeah, they've just kept the pressure up. They look switched on. They've rotated the strike with ease.
Hasan Ali is rushing into Gregory, full driven back up the pitch and into the hands of the bowler. Might have been a bit of a stinger. He certainly prevented any runs. Leaves it now for Sarfraz Ahmed to pick up.
It's a hard call here for Babar Azam. He's got all the bowling options available. So, you know, at the end of a game when it's getting tight, he has got 3 from his key opening bowler, Afridi. Hasan Ali still has 2.5, so after completing this way, 2 more. So you look down, it's like the options are available. The problem is it's difficult on this wicket to stem the flow without creating a bit of magic and a bit of pressure.
When do you make those changes? Hasan Ali in. Gregory single to wide mid-wicket. It's parried. Will they take another run? No, they don't. Just the one. Gregory then on to 56, 272 for 5, 61 needed from 57. All eyes back on James Vince, who's a career best 96 not out, searching for his first century in any form of the game for England. Looks over his right shoulder again, sees deep mid-wicket still there. Last time he made some room when he did that. Slashed 4 through points. Vince on 96. Sanali is in. Oh, it's gone straight through him. That gone over the top of the stumps. The bowler has his hands on his head. Sarfraz Ahmed gathered, standing well back. Now Gregory is wandering down the pitch to have a little word with James Vince.
He's bowled a couple of these, actually. These have been really effective, which is the cutter on the surface. So rolling his hand around, taking the pace off. James Vince has tried to hit him a couple of times back over his head and been slightly bamboozled. So a bit of luck.
Does he go cutter again? Hasan Ali in now. Vince pulls him away ferociously. Is it enough to go for 4? It is! It's 100 for James Vince, and he is delighted. A roar into the Edgbaston sky. And Edgbaston is bouncing for James Vince, who removes his helmet, raises his bat. A batsman of immense talent who had not yet delivered for England. He's delivering today. 100, a maiden ODI 100. What a wonderful moment for him, Ebony.
Yeah, a special moment in his career. Not only 2 weeks ago he didn't think he would be in this lineup batting, to come out and put a performance in, arguably with the B team, but kind of restates your case. We know how aesthetically pleasing he is when he plays the shots, but equally it's about taking your team over the line and getting those big scores. So he's done the big job number 1, and if he can push job number 2, which is help England past that milestone and win in a clean sweep, he massively starts to put his name back in the hat, in the conversation. So a special moment for him. He should really enjoy that, and he deserves everything.
The 100 celebrated with real gusto and appreciated by this Edgbaston crowd, pushing 20,000 and having a real party in the stands. 100's come off just 91 balls. We'll get more from Andy Zaltzman on the Vince 100 shortly. It's a new over, Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's being brought back then, so it's about moments, isn't it? And he's got 3 overs left that he can bowl. Lewis Gregory on 56 faces up. Around the wicket comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. Struck down the grounds to long on, sets off for 1. That's all it will be. Fielder moves in off the rope.
91 balls, 11 fours, and his, as mentioned, his 50th innings in all formats for England. His 16th one-day innings. It's his 10th century in List A cricket in all.
Yeah, fine moment. What about you, Ebony? The favourite boundary? I think for me it was a cover drive down the ground. It just absolute vintage Vince, the type of shot we've seen many a time. You just want to see more of it. A sumptuous type of stroke that would look at home in a test arena, in a one-day arena. It just works. Everything's in balance, everything in sync. Here is Afridi. Vince on 100. Oh, it's a Yorker. Puff of dust as he jabs his bat down, and Shaheen Afridi chasing after that ball, chasing it down in his follow-through to prevent a run.
I've liked a bit of everything, really, because we know he's got those kind of beautiful cover drives and stuff, but I've liked the thinking shots, like the sweep in front where we realise the gap was changed, or realising the slow ball waits and then creates it. I think he just feels like he's got a really organised white ball game that, even if it's not always actually the prettiest shots, he's thinking and creating angles. He's been brilliant all around the ground.
Striking cleanly with real power as well. And here's a controlled pull, just a roll of the wrist to keep it down past the square leg umpire. Field of a deep square. Harris Rauf picks up 278 for 5. 54 needed from 51.
I think we both enjoyed the shot he played as well. It was like a backward point where he charged at the ball, created the angle, and then played it really late, generated some quicker pace. So I think we've seen a bit of everything from him.
Yeah, it's been a scintillating 100. And very different in form to Babar Azam, who started slowly and accelerated into it. Around the wickets. Now to Gregory. Oh, now it's come off the pad, has it? The bat and pad. Gregory's taking a single to mid-wicket. I think the leg by signal will come. 279 for 5. Yes, there it is. And did that come off? Yeah, straight off the pad, the knee roll.
No chance that was hitting 6 stump. You can just. There's one of those kind of half appeals when you just desperately want something to happen. You know it's not out, but.
And it is that sense of desperation for Pakistan, isn't it? And they've got to keep fielders up inside the ring because of the regulations. But 3 on the offside, 1 on the on. Field is as spread as it can be. And there's a big gap through the offside, which Vince has found. Coming forward, taking single out to the deep cover boundary.
He's gone for a clear tactic now. He's gone a lot fuller in this over. Previously, we've seen slow balls and cutters into the surface, taking pace off, but he's kind of going for the block hole now.
And for Vince, it's about completing the job, isn't it? Getting England home. He's played a wonderful knock, and he's now got to calm himself as well after the euphoria of the 100. They're right, there's still work to be done. He's down at the non-striker's end. Here is Gregory on 57, facing up to very full length, almost Yorker length, but clipped along the ground past the square leg umpire in front of square for 1. 281 for 5. That ends the over. 51 needed from 48. Edgbaston has risen to James Vince, 102 not out alongside Lewis Gregory on 58. Can England do it? Ebony Rainford Brent, a few more words from you, and then Atif Nawaz.
I'll leave this one for Atif, I know, who's a big James Vince fan. I was just checking his age, and he's still 30, so youngish. He's not a spring chicken, but he's still got time. You would think a batter for another 4 years could keep their name in the hat if they burn down and knock down the door with some runs. So I'll leave you with that as I leave, but I know you're a fan.
I'm a huge fan, and it's just been so good to see from James Vince. You could tell what it meant to him as well with that celebration when he reached those 3 figures. But he'll know the job isn't done yet. Lewis Gregory and James Vince have put England right on the verge of what would be a historic win. The first time a total of this size would have been chased at Edgbaston. Can they finish the job? Harris Rauf into Gregory now. Short ball. It's been pulled high and long by Gregory over the mid-wicket fence. And that is a 6. Well, they might get there with time to spare. 287 for 5. England on the rampage, Ian Bell.
Yeah, we saw a great partnership earlier, didn't we, with Babar and from Pakistan, and this is right up there to match it, isn't it? I think Gregory again has played a lovely cameo to what Vince has done, and great, really pleased for Vince. Want to get 3 figures. He's such a nice player to watch. He's been consistent for Hampshire over a long period of time, but to see it in an England shirt is really nice. Let's just be nice to see these two, to see England home.
Well, when the news broke of England having to choose a completely new squad for this team, the first name on my team sheet, other than Ben Stokes, was James Vince. It's so nice to see him do well. As in comes Rauf, driven hard by Gregory, but only as far as mid-off, and there's no run. 45 runs required of 46 balls. England still have 5 wickets in hand. Pakistan looking beside themselves in the field. Andy Zaltzman.
That's, the partnership is now 122 from 20 overs after this ball. They needed 167 still when they came together.
Well, you'd make England heavy favourites now. In comes Rauf, pulled high again into that stand. The fans in the Collier stand explode with joy as Lewis Gregory has put another one into the stands, another huge 6. England on the march, 293 for 5.
England have never won a one-day international when they've needed more than 160 when the 5th wicket fell. So this would be a real achievement for these two if they can get it over the line.
Some brilliant batting. I'm just looking at the body language of the Pakistan side now, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of answers out there at the moment. They haven't at all been able to create any pressure at all on this England side. And I thought the impressive thing about England at the back end, when Pakistan were playing well, they never gave in. They took it all the way. They chipped away at those wickets all the time and probably kept Pakistan to 20 less than they should have got. And Pakistan are going to need that now. They're going to have to dig in deep.
It's been an impressive show of determination from England here. As in comes Rauf. This one's been played uppishly into mid-wicket. One bounce to the fielder. Saud Shakeel out there. The batters take a single. 38 needed from 44 runs now. It really has been a terrific partnership. And we talk about this phenomenal century from James Vince. 102 not out of 94 deliveries. But Lewis Gregory, 71 off 64 so far. I mean, it's been absolutely terrific. A huge part of this team was the player of the match in the second ODI. As in comes Rauf again, played uppishly, and he's hit out. Well, is there another twist in the tail? James Vince, having played a remarkable innings of 102, has hit the ball right down the throat of the mid-off fielder. Pakistan have a 6th wicket. They've broken this partnership, and there's life in this old dog yet. 294 for 6. England still need 38 from 43 deliveries. But what a stunning knock it's been from James Vince. 102 runs, and he's put England right on the verge as he walks off the ground, soaking in the applause of this Edgbaston crowd. What a performance from an incredible batsman. Yeah,
and rightfully getting a standing ovation. Beautiful stroke play. This partnership's been fantastic. Shame that he couldn't get England over the line, but he's given them a great chance of that. When Stokes was out, it looked like there was a bit of pressure being created, and this has been a fantastic partnership. But again, I think we all like watching James Vince play. We've never quite seen him go that far, and I think everyone will be so pleased. And let's hope. We know how hard it is to get into this 50-over side. There's so much competition for places, but to see him go through and score 100, and one, I think he'll be really satisfied. But there'll be a lot of people out there really pleased to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. He makes friends everywhere he goes, James Vince. He certainly made a lot of fans today as well. Superb knock, looking to get aggressive, finish with a flourish, picks out Babar Azam at mid-off. Sadly for him, that's the end of the innings, but this match is alive again. England look dead certain to close this game out. Vinviz going all over the place. It's swinging like an election swingometer right now.
And just really what Pakistan needed. Let's hope from their point of view here they're going to lift it. Those energy levels that looked like that previous ball that went for 6, it just looked a bit flat. They've got to believe. That will be the interesting thing now. Do they believe they can win this game? They're off the back of 2 pretty poor results. Do they have the confidence to get over the line now?
Well, Craig Overton is the new batsman, and Ashraf is into him quickly, uppishly played by Overton, 1 bounce to mid-off. Oh my word. That's the end of an eventful over. 294 for 6 England. They need 38 to win this game from 42 balls. Gregory, 71 not out. Alongside him is Overton. I was certain, Ian Bell, that Brydon Carse would come in to partner Lewis Gregory. They had that what turned out to be a match-winning partnership at Lord's, where the two of them lifted England from 160 for 6 to 247, which proved to be 52 runs too many for Pakistan. And the atmosphere here at Edgbaston is electric. Nobody has gone home. No one's going anywhere. Nobody knows who's going to win this game. 294 for 6. With the sounds of Hey Jude fill the stands here in Birmingham. Now then, Shaheen Afridi to continue. He bowls to Gregory. Big appeal for LBW. The batters run through for a leg by. Initially felt like it was going down leg, and Shaheen as well in his follow through before anybody was interested in a review. Just signaled he knew that was going down leg, but from his perspective, it's just nice to get one past Gregory, isn't it?
He has played very well, but I was just going to say, I think, you know, this cricket wicket has been a fantastic. I mean, the atmosphere, everything. Gary Barwell, who's the head groundsman here, deserves a massive pat on the back. You know, this is what we've won. It's been so one-sided for England this summer in white ball cricket. So to have a wicket like this with the atmosphere, you know, this game going down to the wire. So absolutely credit to Gary and his team for producing such a great one-day wicket.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a 650-run wicket. The question is it going to be a 665-run wicket, as a full ball from Shaheen has been worked out to mid-wicket, and Craig Overton is off the mark with a single, crucially getting Gregory back on strike. 36 required from 40. I mean, this has got to be amongst the biggest aggregate scores ever at Edgbaston. Perhaps I can get Andy Zaltzman to check that for me, the best aggregate scores at Edgbaston. But yeah, absolute credit to the groundsman. Terrific pitch. And we've seen a terrific game here, a really evenly matched contest for a change. Now then, Lewis Gregory, 71 not out. He's on strike. In comes Shaheen Afridi, full ball, turned into the onside, and they run through for a comfortable single. They can do it in singles here, England. 35 required of 39. Some nervous England faces in the crowd, some nervous Pakistani faces in the crowd. Which camp would you rather be in right now, Ian Bell?
I think the batting looks to me just ahead, but again, this is about staying calm now, making good decisions. Again, still taking it deep. There's no panic at all for England. Even if there's a few dot balls, there's enough power in there again to catch up. One good over and they really do start in a very commanding position. But yeah, this is about staying calm. If Gregory can get off strike and keep turning it over, you know, get this partnership going, and I think they'll hopefully win this with an over or two to spare.
Now then, Craig Overton on strike. Shaheen Afridi with a slip in place, comes in, squares up Overton, but Overton managed to squeeze that ball into the covers for a single. Getting one step closer. Andy?
629 runs now in this match. The record for an Edgbaston ODI was the England-India World Cup game in 2019, in which there were 643. England made 337 for 7. India replied with 306 for 5. So that would be overtaken in 15 runs' time.
Well, we've seen history made at Edgbaston already. Can England take this a step further? Win this game? It would be a spectacular fashion in which to win a series 3-0. Lewis Gregory on strike. In comes Shaheen Afridi. Short ball pulled by Gregory. And it's reached the square leg boundary. The crowd erupts as England go past 300. 302 for 6. They're 30 runs away from what would be a remarkable win here. The passion on the crowd's faces. Great to see lots of young people in the crowd as well today. They'll remember this tape for a long time if England win, Ian Bell.
They will. I mean, still surprised that the bowlers are still trying to bang it in halfway down. It seems to be that's the ball that's gone to the fence more than any of the balls. So it's just not working for anyone, and they're not quite adjusting. Pace off seems to be the right option.
And they will be guilty of being a bit one pace today, the Pakistani bowlers. It's Shaheen Afridi. In he comes now to Gregory. Full ball driven by Gregory. Goes out to the third man fielder, and they'll take a single. The throw comes back in. So, with 6 overs to go in this game, England are 303 for 6. 29 required of 36 balls for England to close out this game. You'd fancy them to do it. From a Pakistani perspective, they need wickets, and they need them now.
They do. They need at least a couple of wickets now just to send a little bit of panic in there. But I think England, again, if they can just keep it ticking, and then they'll probably identify an over. Maybe this from the pavilion end now with a slightly shorter boundary to the leg side. At some point, I'm sure Gregory, that's generally when you're chasing, you nearly, as a partnership, you're out there identifying maybe one bowler that that's the over. That's the over. We're going to try and win it. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out in the next couple of overs.
It's been interesting, really. The people who've kind of put Pakistan out of this series have been the guys who performed so well in the PSL a little bit earlier. We saw James Vince do well in the PSL. We saw Saqib Mahmood do well in the PSL. We've seen, Phil Salt, Lewis Gregory. In comes Haris Rauf now. Back of a leg. This one's been hit high up in the air. There's a chance for Pakistan. Will it be taken? It will. An excellent catch by Shadab at extra cover. And Lewis Gregory has fallen for 77 not out. Well, he's out at 77, I should say. The excitement of the situation is getting to me. 29 required of 35 balls. England have 3 wickets remaining. That's exactly what Pakistan wanted. They're back in this game. What a knock that was from Lewis Gregory. He's brought England right to the brink.
Yeah.
Now can Brydon, Carse and Craig Overton take them over the line?
Yeah, the pressure is a little bit back onto England now. That is the wicket they wanted. Gregory had played a fantastic knock, and obviously a great partnership with Vince. But now they've got 2 guys, Overton on 2, and now Carse starting. That's what you want as a fielding team. You're always desperate. Wickets are what saves you, not just being defensive and looking for dot balls, but wickets are what wins you games through the middle overs. And that is a huge wicket right now.
Well, I tell you what, tonight's highlights on BBC 2 at 11:15 just became a must-watch. If you don't watch for Babar's 158, you got to watch for James Vince's 102. If you don't watch for that, you got to watch for Lewis Gregory with the bat. Absolutely terrific. We've seen some high-class batting here today at Edgbaston. So many different players. Rizwan as well with his 70-odd.
I think it's been a brilliant day, hasn't it? We talked about England fighting with the ball. We've just seen little signs here of Pakistan still fighting in this game. That's what we said. It looked like the body language had gone down, but it's certainly back up now. And it's whether they believe now. One more wicket, and then we're into an interesting stage of the game.
Haris Rauf has 4 wickets now. As he comes in, he bowls wide outside the off stump. The gap has been found by Overton. He gets himself another single. England now 28 runs away. Andy Zaltzman.
The final details of those 2 fine innings. James Vince 102 from 95 balls with 11 fours. Lewis Gregory 77 from 69 with 3 sixes and 6 fours, both their personal highest scores. Gregory's is the second highest by an England number 7 in a one-day international chase. Only Josh Butler, when he made 121 against Sri Lanka at Lords in 2014, has scored more.
And that will be wide down the leg side. Yes, it is. Signalled wide. You won't see a wide cheered quite like that in any other context of the game. England now 27 required from 34 balls. Pakistani have just taken 2 wickets in consecutive Haris Rauf overs, but as you say, Ian Bell, their body language still a bit jittery, their shoulders still a bit down. They know they've made this difficult for themselves. As in comes Haris Rauf, full ball, beats the outside edge through to the keeper. Carse didn't know too much about that. Oh, we haven't seen one of those in a while. Well, this could be extraordinary now. Haris Rauf is 1 wicket away from a 5-wicket haul, so we could see the rarest instance of a team featuring a centurion and a bowler taking 5 wickets and still losing somehow.
It'll be interesting who does get man of the match. Obviously, the result will play a big part. Is it the bowlers on a flat pitch getting 5-fers, or is it 100s?
Well, actually, I beg your pardon, Ian Bell. That's definitely going to happen because both teams feature a 5-wicket haul and a century. As in comes Haris Rauf. This time, Carse can just push the ball back to the bowler and there is no run. Well, that 5-wicket haul is hanging on Haris Rauf getting another wicket. Well, yeah, this is an extraordinary contest. Edge of your seat stuff. It's just about who can hold their composure now. Can England get these last 27 runs and make history here at Edgbaston? Can Pakistan get a consolation win? Haris Rauf in. This ball's been smashed down the ground over the mid-off fielder. It doesn't quite have the legs to get to the boundary, but they will get back for 2. 2 valuable runs. Brydon Carse, 307 for 7 now.
Some confidence, isn't it? Not knocking it around and I'll take you on. He's had a 5 already. He's obviously in a confident mood.
I wonder, Ian, you know, Lewis Gregory played a stunning knock, but you do think with them only needing, well, sort of just over 5 runs and over, was it necessary to play that big shot? Carse on strike, in comes Haris Rauf, and Carse can just push that ball out to fine leg. They'll run through for a single. That's all they'll get. Well, that's the end of the over. 308 for 7 now. 5 overs to go in this England innings. We're closing in on that highest aggregate score here at Edgbaston. It's going to be a thrilling climax. I tell you what, Ian Bell, I'm going to be watching from the back of the commentary box. You're going to be joined by Charles Dagnall. I'm going to go and check my heart rate somewhere. Stay tuned. Who do you think's going to win?
It's teed up absolutely beautiful. Obviously, our ICC as well, points on offer for this, but we're about to see Shadab, the leg spinner, introduced back in, and we're in for a real great finish here. Brilliant crowd, atmosphere is fantastic. We've seen hundreds, fifers, and we're going to see a nail-biting finish.
Absolutely what they wanted. 19,000 here at Edgbaston, and they're on the edges of their respective seats. Brydon, Carse and Craig Overton, 308 for 7, 24 from 30 balls. In normal circumstances, you would back the batting side every day, but when the 7 down, tension's ramped up a little bit. It's a golden evening here in Edgbaston. Sun, we can just see in all its glory above the left-hand side of the pavilion as we look out from 3 floors up. Wonderful vantage point we have. The Holly stand drenched in sunshine, singing along to Status Quo. Here's Shadab from the city end. His first delivery is driven by Carse through the offside just for a single. And that'll move Carse to 4 not out, and England 309 for 7, 23 from 29. The field, a deep cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square. The 5 deep fielders inside the circle. 3 on the offside, 1 on the leg side. Shadab, flat delivery, smashed back of the bowler by Overton. Can't get him away. Another dot ball. 23 from 28. Overton, huge figure at the crease. Shadab shuffles in, tosses it up, hammered over mid-wicket just beyond the infield, but will find the boundary fielder. Single taken. 310 for 7, 22 from 27 is required. Sunlight just hitting the tips of the trees over in the distance, on the top of the high-rise buildings in the city. Shadab bowls, forward comes Brydon, Carse, punches it down the ground for a single. Every run brings a ripple of applause from round the ground. St George's flag ripples as well on the railings of the Holly stand, 2 of them in fact, one emblazoned with the words Ashes 2017 across the red cross. Here comes Shadab, and onto the back foot goes Overton. He wants a quick single, but quickly in is Harris Rauf at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. 21 from 25 the equation for England now. 311 for 7. Overton 4 off 7 deliveries. Waits. Shadab skips in. Tight action carved away by Overton just for a single. Out to Fakhar Zaman at deep cover, and another over ticks by. 4 remain. England 312 for 7, 20 from 24 balls, and a good over from Shadab Khan.
Yeah, very good over, but again, still ticked over nicely by England and hold their nerve, take it deep, still in control, still there. The only thing that will lose us this game is wickets. If we back the overs, I think we'll win this quite comfortably. But the impressive thing with Carse, again, one, he got 5 for today, but his innings with Gregory at Lord's was absolutely outstanding. So you know, actually, his thinking under pressure is quite good. It's calm. So let's hope, again, it's another young player that can, if you can see another line, that's just another gain from England, again, for the depth of player we have now. Which, again, the selectors, I'm sure, and Silverwood will be over the moon seeing that.
Barely hear yourself think over the strains of Sweet Caroline. Hasan Ali brought back into the attack. As Harris Rauf bowled out. Andy, he's got 1 left. Will be used, have no doubts. Hasan Ali showing orange heels as he kicks his way out, and it's been driven hard at mid-off. Oh, and Babar Azam just loses his footing as he tries to shape up to throw. And he might have just twisted something, I'm not quite sure. No, he's fine. A little limp as he gets back up, but it allows England to go through for a single. 313 for 7, 19 runs to win. 23 balls in which to get them. Carse Young Durham quick on strike to Hasan Ali, who bowls outside of the off stump, and Carse very easily just opens the face, runs it down towards third man. He'll stay at one. Shaheen Shah Afridi is the third man fielder. Does, even though it's an awkward throw in for Safar Azam, manages to just keep it to one.
He does that really well, Carse. He's got the Kane Williamson, just little play it late, knock it to third man, hasn't he?
Don't think he'll mind you saying that.
He did it at Lords. He just kept getting off strike. It's a good ball. It's heavy length. That's what the bowlers are looking to do, and he's just deflecting it rather than blocking it to a fielder. He's just using the pace.
3-14 for 7. 18 from 22. Hasan turns at the top of his mark. He's in now. A slightly slower delivery. Turned by Overton. Now they are going to want to. Fakhar Zaman coming off the mid-wicket boundary to his wrong side. The left-handed throw doesn't arrive in time. It's a big ask for him. And I just wonder if he's actually on the right side over there. The left-hander having to run round himself to pick the ball up. A couple of runs to England. 16 from 21. Overton to 8 not out. The Somerset influence has been felt in a big way in this England innings, thanks to Lewis Gregory. Now can Overton finish it off? Here's Hasan Ali, a short delivery, pulled away for 4. Through mid-wicket, right in front of the Hollies, and they rise as 1.
Yeah, perfect shot. Another pull shot we've seen all day. There's been nothing for back of a length or short. Easy pace pitch, brilliantly executed, right in front of the Hollies. Getting as good a ovation as we've had for a boundary today.
12 from 20 is what England need. 2 big blows, 3 lusty ones. All is in the offing for Overton and England. Fakhar Zaman has pushed square to a deep square. Hasan Ali in, bowls a Yorker. It's a good one, dug out by Overton. It will go towards Fakhar Zaman. They want the second run, they're going to get it. Easily, well run from Brydon Carse, knowing he was going back to the non-striker's end. And that's where the ball would be ending up, and it brings a thumbs up from Craig Overton, who moves to 14 not out, 322 for 7. And it's 10 from 19 balls. And now all roads lead to a 3-0 win in this series for England. Pakistan need wickets. Hasan Ali, 32 on his back, runs away from us, and once again turned into the leg side by Overton for a single. And he moves to 15, steals the strike at the end of the over. 18 balls remain, 3 overs. England 323 for 7, and it's 9 to win.
Yeah, another excellent over, perfect boundary. That's it. That's all they need to do is tick along with the singles, get it to hitting distance, and then see us over the line. But brilliant batting so far, and you just can't argue with this group. I mean, who would have thought going into this, like a week before, playing domestic cricket, call up for England, and actually making Pakistan again, like dominating Pakistan. It's incredible.
That's the point I was just about to make. This is going to be a record run chase here at Edgbaston, done arguably by the beating.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, and it just shows, isn't it, the depth we have, certainly in white ball cricket, 50 over T20, and we're lucky. I mean, these guys haven't played a lot of international cricket, but they've played a lot of franchise cricket around the world, and they look at place in an international game.
So, it is Shaheen Shah Afridi from the City end. He's going to be coming towards us, pensive look on his face. Understandably, he's only got 9 runs to defend. He's coming round the wicket to Overton. First delivery is a low full toss as he squeezed it through the infield. He has, but a little palm from fielder at mid-on, think is Imam. And he'll just pick up a couple of runs, but valuable nonetheless. 7 from 17. 325 for 7. Overton moves to 17 not out, only 7 required for England. Floodlights beaming down, just starting to take over from the natural light. The Hollies bouncing to our right-hand side, flags waving. Pakistan contingent to our left, firmly rooted to their seats. Shaheen Shah, left arm around the wicket, got a leading edge down towards third man. From the bat of Overton, a single will be taken. 6 to win. From 16 balls, England 327 for 6. Makes you wonder about that Pakistan collapse towards the back end of their innings, where 340, 350 was on the cards.
Yeah, it was brilliant fighting from England. Just keep scrapping away, even though Pakistan had played so well for 45 overs. You know, they just fought and fought, took a bit of momentum, and then Phil Salt gets them off to a flyer back in the game.
Carse on strike as he waits for Shaheen, who hides behind David Milnes before appearing, and he beats the bat outside of the off-stump, and Carse saw an opportunity to drive uppishly over extra cover. The head lifted a fraction too early, and it went outside the edge of his bat and through to Sarfraz Ahmed. Another dot ball, and it's wickets Pakistan need. He waits again, crouched over his bat, and he stands upright. Won't be able to see Shaheen Shah Afridi behind the looming figure of David Milnes, the umpire. He appears now. Round the wicket he comes. This has been flicked away through the onside. Should be a couple here for Brydon. Carse easily taken. Harris Rauf running round from deep mid-wicket. Carse, who earlier on today picked up 5 wickets, moves to 8 not out, and England just need 4. From 14 deliveries, 328. 4-7, Andy Saltzman.
Well, if England can get those 4 runs, it'll be their 6th highest successful run chase in terms of the target at the start of the innings, and the top 9 have all been since the 2015 World Cup.
Be a record on this ground should they manage to achieve it. Afridi towards us, bowls, and Carse drives straight at extra cover. Shadab Khan fields very carefully, very watchfully.
Maybe it's time. I always remember tuning in as a youngster in Australia when it was Tri-Series, Australia A, Australia, England. England never got to the final. Maybe there's days to bring out here. Was that a bit going too far?
4 from 13 balls. Resonates in different ways with all of us as Shaheen Shah Afridi comes towards Carse. He drives again. He drives it through the extra cover region, and it will bring England victory. A glorious cover drive, a wonderful way to secure the series, to secure the 10 World Cup points. And this England side that came together in a matter of days have shown the depth and the quality of one-day cricket in this country. They have beaten Pakistan by the margin of 3 wickets, and they have taken the series by 3 games to none. A look of, well, annoyance, disappointment on the face of Babar Azam, the Pakistan captain, as he bumps fists with the 2 England batsmen out in the middle. But 332 for 7, a record-breaking run chase by England on this ground, and it has been done in wonderful fashion thanks to a century from James Vince, who really stepped up for England after so many disappointments and so many nearlies from James Vince. His innings today held England together, and has, along with Craig Overton, has managed to secure this victory. Ian Bell, it says a lot about the state of one-day cricket in this country.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible, really, to think that this team has come together in such short notice. We know the quality, we've seen it domestically, and obviously a lot of these players are playing around the world in T20 cricket, but what a day's cricket, a brilliant cricket wicket, great atmosphere at Edgbaston as normal, and then the cricket to go with it as well. It's a magnificent 100 from Babar Azam, some great batting, some great bowling, and then some amazing chasing there by England. Just a fantastic day's cricket.
So, the 3rd one-day international here from Edgbaston. Started off a little bit gloomy, under leaden skies, but we were assured that it would be a lovely afternoon, and so it has turned out to be. Blue skies, sun-drenched Holly's stand have enjoyed what has been a wonderful day's cricket here on Test Match Special. Ian Bell, former England international batsman, is alongside me, Charles Dagnall, to round up what has gone on today. And coming into this series, 2-0 up. They'd taken the series. There were still World Cup points up for grabs. And unchanged sides for both England and Pakistan. Maybe an opportunity to see some of the depth for England, but a little surprise to you to see an unchanged side for England, or to stick with what had gone on, or what was succeeded?
Yeah, not really. I like it. I like it. It was ruthless, wasn't it? They wanted to win 3-0, not to chop and change. Yes, you could argue that it'd be nice to see a couple more. I mean, the question will be, do you change a winning team for the next series? That will be the question, Charlie, in 50-over cricket. But yeah, no, look, all those lads have taken their opportunity, and you have to, don't you? I mean, look at the England first team and the names and the quality. We're talking about once in generation. We've got loads of them, like white ball players, like absolutely incredible players. So to get in that side, you've got to do special things. But all these group now have come. They've done everything they possibly can in their opportunity. And I'm sure they'll remember this series for a long, long time.
You look at who's actually missing from this side. Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Liam Livingston, Joe Root, Owen Morgan, Sam Billings, Tom Banton, Joss Butler, Moeen Ali, Chris Wokes, the Curran brothers, Liam Dawson, David Willey, Adil Rashid, Chris Jordan, Mark Wood, and George Garton, as well as Jofra Archer. So all of those players not involved in this series whatsoever. Now, a victory at Cardiff, you take that obviously with the way it's done, but then to back it up at Lords and then to come into this series, or to come into this third one-day international, to not take a look at the people who are available. Ben Duckett's there, Dan Lawrence, Will Jacks, Tom Helm, David Payne, Danny Briggs and Jake Ball. You know, for Ben Stokes to turn around and say, I want the same side. They've worked for me so far. After winning the toss, electing to bowl, it was obvious from a quite early stage that this was going to be a different surface than the ones we'd had at Cardiff and at Lords.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the impressive thing about this game, and this is a flat wicket, this isn't English conditions as such. You know, we saw that in Cardiff, we saw that in Lords. There was enough there. If you plan A, hit the top of the off stump, there was enough movement. This wasn't about that today. This was hanging in. Pakistan played well. They're chasing a big score. The calmness, again, I don't know what the words would have been. I'm sure Ben Stokes would have been offering, let's go out, show your ability, show your games, we've managed to see him do what he can do in an England shirt as well. So I think that is a positive, that's a tick as well, because he plays in the style that Owen Morgan wants players as well, which is great, not just in 50th over cricket, but in an important T20 year as well. So if there's ever an injury, it looks like we've got another guy there that can step up. And Crawley again scoring over a runner ball as well in the power play, plays some beautiful shots that again, when we've seen him at his best in Test match cricket, that's how he plays. So really impressive, and again getting off to such a flyer, again allowed, even when we did lose a few wickets, it still meant that the run rate was never too far ahead of us.
I'm not sure, obviously there's no more one-day international cricket, but I wonder if an innings such as that, or these one-day internationals where he batted so well at Cardiff, he's batted well today, he made 39 off 34 deliveries before being bowled by Rauf, but I wonder if that's the sort of timing he's batted well for Kent in T20 cricket this year as well. That change in going from red ball to white ball cricket, getting the feet moving properly again, finding the middle of the bat, whether that will help him throughout the rest of the summer, should he be selected for the India series.
Yeah, I mean, part of me thinks that's the reason why he's been selected, because there's argument that there's probably other players in county cricket that may have better white ball numbers and played more cricket that deserve an opportunity. But for me, again, you're exactly right, it looks like a selection that get him out there, get him scoring runs in a white ball game in this environment, that you can transfer that to Test match cricket. And if that happens and he goes off, has a great series against India, then this selection right now I think has been a fantastic one.
Phil Salt made 37 from 22 deliveries, Crawley 39 from 34, and then Ben Stokes came to the crease. He made 32 from 28, was caught by Mohammad Rizwan after knocking Shadab Khan for 6. He made 32, and then England were 151 for 4. James Vince was just there. I'm pleased to say the former Pakistan all-rounder Azam Mahmood is with us as well, and at 151 for 4, Azza, England were in a bit of a precarious position. It was a worry, and that was where we thought Pakistan would really try and squeeze and strangle, and that just didn't seem to happen.
Yeah, it didn't seem to happen. First of all, well done to England, and James Vince, the way he batted, and Gregory, the way they batted really well. They put pressure on the bowling, and credit goes to them, and they outplay Pakistan team. And in bowling department, there wasn't any plans. They were bowled short, wide, and no plans, and they were very, very poor in the field as well.
That was one aspect. The fielding was pretty ordinary. But who, if you had the opportunity to say who should have stood up and really taken that attack? We talk about Saqib Mahmood for England being the leader of the attack. Is that Shaheen Shah Afridi's job? Is it Hasan Ali with a little bit more experience? Is it Shadab, the leg spinner?
These are the match winner for Pakistan over the year, for the last 2-3 years, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Hasan Ali. But today, they were under par. There wasn't any planning, there wasn't thought enough, and they bowled really poorly, and it happened to the cricket. But I thought it's to do with the mindset and body language and the plans. There were no plans. They were not. You can't say they haven't executed the plan, but there doesn't look any plans. On the field, the shoulder was dropped, and they were all over the place. The fielder were not on the right spot where they want to stand, and all these things come down to I think the mindset and the negativity in the dressing room.
James Vince, Ian Bell, was, we've seen him so many times, flattered to deceive a little bit. He'll make the most attractive and gorgeous 30 not out, 40 not out, and then he'll nick off, or he'll chop one on, or he'll play one to extra cover and get caught. This was an innings that really he needed to control and step up for England to almost get rid of all of those demons that may be on his, in his mind or on his shoulders. Today he did just that.
Yeah, and I'm sure as well, actually deep down he'll be disappointed he didn't get the boys over the line as well, which would have been even the next step. But yeah, there's no doubt. I think as well, when you get your first 100 or you get that 3 figures for England as well, it's so important. It really feels that way. And like you said, he's such a nice player to watch. And actually we've seen him for Hampshire a lot, be very consistent, and actually does it again in the Big Bash and the PSL. He's a very consistent performer, but he's never quite delivered that with England. A
lot of people say that there's an international cricketer in him. Is this the moment that we see that international cricket, that 100 that he scored? Now he's done it for England. Is this where he can break out and actually show what he's made of?
Yeah, let's hope so. Like I said, I'm still a believer he can play Test match cricket. He has a technique to do so. He's a real talent. So let's hope so. Like I said, he obviously worked extremely hard. As I said, he's been consistent in different franchises around the world, and I'm really pleased for him that he's actually converted the starts that we've seen. And when he gets past that danger period of like 36 or 37, whatever it is, he's got out so many times. You know, he's obviously he's a fantastic player. Like I said, he's an international quality player, but just never quite produced for England.
One thing he needed was a partner, and he found one in Lewis Gregory, and he made 77 from 69 deliveries. Didn't he play well?
He played really well, you know. Credit goes to him, the way he batted. And, you know, the last game he was the man of the match, and he got 40-odd runs in the last game as well. So that shows, you know, he's a match winner for Somerset, and now he's doing the same thing for England as well. And we saw him doing in Big Bash and PSL as well. So, you know, that shows the quality and depth in England wide ball cricket.
One thing I have seen in Lewis Gregory, I've seen him, you know, produce match-winning or match-changing spells of bowling, or with the bat as well. He's a very useful cricketer. And I was speaking to one of the fellow commentators saying it's a bit like Colin de Grandhomme. He looks relatively innocuous, but can provide a valuable service for England if required. And he did that in the second one-day international at Lord's, and he also has provided that today with 77 from 69 deliveries. Ian Bell suggested that James Vince would have loved to have seen England over the line, as would Lewis Gregory. That partnership, a magnificent one between the pair of them, worth 129. Then they got out. Harris Rauf getting the wicket of Lewis Gregory and also of James Vince. Harris Rauf ending up with 4 for 65 from his 9 overs. And then Craig Overton and Brydon Carse. It was nerve-wracking at the end. It was a difficult one to call, because even though the run rate required for England was well within their grasp, as a 7 down, it was still very much in the balance.
Yeah, very much in the balance. And, you know, with this Pakistani bowling lineup, you can see, you know, they're 3 balls away winning this match. But you can tell from the body language wasn't there. And, you know, the bowler was under pressure and they wasn't thinking of winning the game. It was just a negative thought around them. I think that's why England win this game. And credit goes to England. I'm really pleased and happy with James Vince, you know, and Saqib Mahmood. You know, he was the best bowler of the series, and well done to him and well done to England.
Yeah, very much so. Well, Harris Rauf was the pick of the bowlers for Pakistan today. 4 for 65 from his 9 overs. No wicket for 77 for Shaheen Shah Afridi. 1 for 68 for Hasan Ali. And Faheem Ashraf 0 for 34 off 6. Shadab Khan 2 for 61 off his 10 overs. Let's head downstairs. Alison Mitchell is with the player of the match.
Yep, I've got player of the match, James Vince. No, I've got James Vince with me now. James, we're live on Test Match Special. Congratulations on being player of the match. It looks as if you were in a euphoric moment when you reached 3 figures. Can you describe it?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't sure that moment was going to come, so yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously disappointing to get out just after. A bit nervous watching the guys try and get over the line, but yeah, thankfully we did that. Yeah, and it was a special occasion for me.
First time of reaching 3 figures in an England shirt. You've been consistent in domestic cricket. What did it take from you to get over that mark today?
I don't know, I'm just obviously grateful for the opportunity. I think the situation sort of dictated how I had to try and play there, with losing a few wickets at the other end. So, you know, we got off to a good start run rate wise, so there's never too much scoreboard pressure. So, yeah, even though wickets were falling, there was never too much pressure to try and, you know, accelerate too much. So, just managed to, you know, play the ball on merit. Louis came in and played a really important knock around me. So, yeah, very nice.
Did you ever feel like you needed to prove to yourself that you can score hundreds at international level?
Sorry?
Did you ever feel as if you needed to prove to yourself that you can make hundreds at international level?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you know, from a one-day point of view, I've been sort of in and out the side. I played a few games sort of spread out over a few years. So, yeah, obviously interesting circumstances to get this opportunity, but yeah, it's, you know, almost relieved, but just happy to be able to get there in the end.
You looked happy. A lot of people in the crowd were happy for you. Congratulations, James. Well done.
James Vince speaking with Alison Mitchell, player of the match. James Vince, and you could hear it in his voice that it was such an important knock for so many reasons. Ian Bell and Azam Mahmood still alongside me. Just briefly, gentlemen, where are Pakistan then, as a one-day international side? It's Obviously, they've not had a huge amount of cricket coming into this game, and it's easy to forget that a lot of these cricketers, even though England have produced this B team, as we call it in inverted commas, you know, they've been playing a lot of county cricket around. Where are Pakistan now? How do you give an overview of this series for them?
Yeah, it's a disappointing series for Pakistan, but you know, like I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased to see them. You know, they're stuck with the same team, and you know, they. Imam was special today. Babar Azam was brilliant with the bat today. He's leading from the front, and which is a good sign. And Saud Shakeel, you know, he didn't bat today, but in the last game, you know, it's a positive for Pakistan in the middle order. And they are a young team. You know, they Pakistan media and the management needs to back this team to get them going, because these are the best Pakistan players which is available at the moment. And you know, like, you need to spend some time and give them confidence to get better player in the future.
Okay, thank you as ever for your contributions on Test Match Special here this afternoon. Ian Bell, same question to you, because England have got a real problem now.
They have,
they've got two winning sides.
Yeah.
And of course, I mentioned all of the players that are not available here, but numerous players have put their hands up. I mean, we're not talking like one or two, we're talking about 4, 5, 6 players have sort of suggested that they're really banging down the door.
And that's all you can do, isn't it? You can never moan about selection, so we're very lucky at the moment. You know, Morgan has a fantastic side to pick from, and he picks consistently. But these guys have done everything they can. They've had an opportunity that they never thought they were going to get a week ago, and they've done everything they can. They've not really, looking back from the first ball at Cardiff, they hit the ground running, and they've just been so ruthless, which is amazing. And that's what you want to get to as an international side, is never let another team back in. And this group has been put together, has shown exactly what international cricket is about, is that do not let the opposition back in.
Do Chris Silverwood, Ashley Giles and the leadership group, Owen Morgan and now obviously Ben Stokes, who's the stand-in captain, do they actually have to sit down and, you know, look at the side as a whole? And of course we know that there are going to be bigger squads in COVID times. I just wonder, and you mentioned this, if one or two have not just forced themselves into Ashes reckoning as well, just on performances here.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise with any injuries. I mean, we're still a little bit away, aren't we, from an Ashes tour? But again, if there's any injuries, I mean, Saqib Mahmood has not done himself any harm. He's bowled good pace. He's got a nice action. We've seen him with the red ball. He can swing that. And Carse as well. Again, 90 miles an hour, tall, hits the pitch hard. Again, you know, these guys, they've done themselves no harm at all, and that's all they could have done coming into this series. And actually, I'm really pleased for them, to be honest with you, because this wasn't an easy thing to do. Again, Pakistan are full of some world-class players, and they've made them look, you know, a pretty ordinary side, which is an incredible statement.
A lot of that as well is how you perform under pressure. It's not necessarily, you know, whether you've got the attributes, you've got them. You're in the England side for a reason, but it's whether you can perform against the best players in the world and in front of a 20,000 crowd, etc., etc. So it's been very eye-opening, this series. Ian, thank you so much for your contribution as ever here on Test Match Special on 5 Live Sports Extra and Radio 4 Longwave. Well, don't forget